Hi, y'all. It's Saturday evening here in the U.S. in the Central and Eastern time zones, and we can see a severe weather risk through parts of the Missouri to Mississippi Valley. At the same time, we have weakening tropical storm Ophelia here on the East Coast, delivering rain to many along the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast states. So a lot of you are in for a rainy day over there. Can hang out and enjoy some severe weather coverage today, primarily for our friends over on the west side of the screen here from Oklahoma all the way up to southwestern Minnesota. So thank you for joining me here from before the stream. Hopefully, y'all can hear me. Let me know if you can. And we'll get started with coverage here today. Make sure you're keeping up with the date and time in the bottom right corner of the stream. That's in Central Daylight Time, so currently 5:01 p.m. there. We've got Storm Chasers Bryce Shelton in the tropical storm area where some of the greatest flooding is going on near Richmond, Virginia, and also Tom Stroud with Live Storm Media down there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So I'll show you, to begin with this stream, let me show you the expected advancement of these storms and the risks we have in place today. First and foremost, from the Storm Prediction Center, in the yellow and orange areas are the slight and enhanced risk, or a 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5 for severe weather, respectively here. So our enhanced risk is a focus corridor in orange from Kansas City down through Tulsa, and that is for wind and hail primarily. I know you guys hear me say that a lot on this channel, is wind and hail. That's the first and foremost focus for today. I'll show you why that is when we look at the model in just a second. I like to start my streams by giving you an outlook ahead of time so that I can say, hey, if you're watching this back right from the start and you're not clicking on that live button in the bottom left corner of the video player here for whatever reason, this is what's happening, and then go ahead and click on that so you have up-to-date coverage, the now casting element of the stream. The audio for the alert should be fixed, by the way. Everything should be good to go. Well-oiled machine working today so that we can get into the second season of severe weather. Happy fall. So let's do it. We've already had a confirmed tornado today up here north of Brookings, South Dakota. We had a couple warnings for that earlier. I don't think it impacted any structures or anyone there. It was out in open fields, which is exactly what you want to see. We hope that is the case for any remaining tornado warnings that might happen up here in this area of the Midwest later today, or over the next couple hours is when that's expected to occur. And then we'll be watching this down here in the Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, and the western periphery of Missouri fire up in a couple hours. Let me show you that on the HRRR model, and then we're going to get into that radar watching that you guys know me so well for. So watch. The reason why I'm live today, let's go back to the most recent model run so I can show you. The reason why I'm live today is this. So this is what it looks like right now. We've got a couple of severe storms, not well handled by this model, going on in eastern Oklahoma. But watch what happens as we get towards 8, 9 p.m. Central. Bang. All of that nonsense going on in the orange area here, all this chaos. That is the reason why the Storm Prediction Center has an outlook here. It's expected to be maximized in the early evening. We could even see a couple tornadoes as these storms form. And an important caveat here with the model data is that it's usually an hour late or so. So you see it's starting to form here at 7 p.m. We'll probably already have a couple of storms starting to form right in this area at 6 p.m. So maybe an hour from now, we'll start to see initiation all the way through southeast Kansas into northeast Oklahoma. I bet at about 6 p.m., so about an hour from now. And then really that's just going to keep blowing up into this big old storm system, probably a couple Boeing lines with some pretty strong winds, all the way up basically from the southern periphery of the Kansas City metro area down through Tulsa, maybe as far southwest as Oklahoma City. But the extent of the most likely severe weather kind of ends there for our friends in this southern mode. So there you go. That's the progression of that. That'll last through the night. And then you can see how this risk area kind of just ends as these go off to the southeast, this direction. Once they get off that way, they lose their steam, and they kind of just turn into some heavy rain down here. So that's the progression of storms into the early morning. Should just turn into mostly sub-severe, maybe a few lingering severe thunderstorm warnings here in far southeast Oklahoma. So let's get back into the northern mode. Up here, you can see there's also a giant mess that's ongoing and will continue to progress to the north over the next few hours. So right now, we're looking at rain just entering the Twin Cities in Minnesota. just about to get there. And then over the next few hours, 7, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Central, you can see that just continues through a lot of Minnesota. But what we really aren't seeing is a lot of development back in here in the evening hours. So this would be where we would get our tornado threat up here in the Midwest, is if we did see new development here around 8, 9 p.m., even earlier than that, 7 p.m. But what's happened here is we've had all these storms move through earlier today. A lot of y'all got in that if you were in Iowa or anywhere in the vicinity. And that's left all this cold, rain cooled air right in this area here that makes it hard for new storms to develop and really mature. So we'll see if there is a tornado threat here later today, but I'm not expecting it to be a significant one. We don't have any tornado watches as a result. However, here on the northernmost periphery of this slight risk, up here in western Minnesota, and eastern South Dakota. There could be a couple more tornado warnings, so we'll see if those come through at all before I get into the radar coverage, so we might be able to spot them ahead of time. But that's about it for the case of the continuance of the storms today. However, there is one more element to this that I want to show you that's also going to tie into the continuance of Tropical Storm Ophelia. And that in particular is here on Radar Omega looking at the Weather Prediction Center excessive rainfall outlooks. So once again, if we have this model data, we can see a moderate risk for flash flooding, essentially, that encompasses northwest Arkansas, Joplin, Springfield, Missouri, and down through central eastern Oklahoma here. And that's in place because we're going to have a lot of those storms move through in the early evening. That's a lot of rainfall, very heavy rain, very efficient rainfall here from these storms. So that's what's going on over there. But here's Ophelia over here, looking at this tropical storm that's quickly weakening into a tropical depression. Doesn't really have all too much of a powerful winds anymore, but you can see that excessive rainfall outlook that goes right up through Richmond, getting in on most of the rain now over the next couple hours. And then we'll see scattered development of storms over here through Maryland, Delaware, southern half of New Jersey, and through Long Island, actually. So a couple of inches of rain are possible up here. You can just watch those spiral bands continue to deliver some pretty good rainstorms up through there. So you'll have a rainy day over here if you want to hang out and watch the weather in this region up here in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, then so be it. You know, rainy day, can't do much else. I will be here to accompany you. So let's go ahead and get into the severe weather on the radar. And now that we've gone through all of that, make sure you guys are aware that Radar Omega sponsored this stream today. So if you'd like to download that, I've got the pinned comment in the chat and also links in the description below. Shoutouts to Radar Omega. And finally, as we delve into the radar coverage, make sure that you guys are watching live. Keep track of the time in the bottom right, 5:09 p.m. at the moment as of this part of the stream. So you can keep up the stream by clicking on the live button in the bottom left if you are watching this while I'm still live, which should be over the next 4 or 5 hours, I imagine, as we watch these storms blow up in our enhanced risk area. So at the same time, I will be paying attention to chat. You guys can talk to me about anything, keep me company tonight as we got our 2 storm chasers below me. Plenty to look at through the day. So let's start from south to north here. We have this storm that just had a 4-inch hailstone reported. Well, that's a very interesting way to start this stream off. 4-inch hail, 3.85-inch hailstone reported just to the north of McAllister here in Oklahoma, near Eufaula. I was there in May. That is a ridiculously large hailstorm. Okay, so 4-inch hail to start off the softball size hail there. There's another 3-inch hailstone when the storm was back near Henrietta in Oklahoma. So you can see this storm continuing off to the south and east. This is well south of Tulsa at this point. Looks to be going this direction, and we have our destructive severe thunderstorm warning associated with it as it passes over Canadian. So I think this will continue to drop hail for a while. The environment is generally favorable for very large hail down here. But also, we can't rule out a couple tornadoes, so we'll watch this closely, especially as all this other convection pops up through northeast Oklahoma and southeast Kansas. So that's what's happening down there. Watch and see if that produces any more giant hail. I think it's been producing giant hail for the last hour and a half or so. So very impressive storm there. And we'll bring it up to Kansas City. you guys in the Kansas City metro have been watching this storm, which has now got a pretty hefty signature on it for some damaging winds. This has been progressing for quite some time. If we play back the loop, you can see it impacted the South Kansas City metro and is now going right down. Let's see what highway this is. Right down Highway 71 and State Road 7 as well through Cass County. So this is out of your hair in Kansas City Metro. However, you can see more development starting up back behind it here. That may continue to give another round of showers and thunderstorms to our friends in the southern side of the Kansas City Metro. So I expect more storminess tonight for Kansas City in general. We'll see if it actually goes overhead of anyone. But the most concerning thing here is looking at this velocity signature. Look at this. These are intense winds that are directed away from the radar. The radar's up here in this black circle. So these are traveling to the south generally. And some of these tans and browns are actually 80-mile-an-hour winds, 85-mile-an-hour winds. This is just a regular severe thunderstorm warning at the moment for 60-mile-an-hour winds. I would expect this to potentially be upgraded as we're less than 700 feet above the surface here where these winds are being reported. So these can easily reach the surface. So y'all watch out in Garden City. See generally which direction this is going. Yeah, this is going right down State Road 7. So these are winds that could actually topple some trees. Any weak trees, small trees could definitely be impacted by winds like this. So please be aware of that or let people know out ahead of time. From this storm is very significant along State Road 7. Some very significant damaging winds that I actually did not even know were going on because we were doing that forecasting segment. But yeah, you can see multiple downbursts. One was up here near Strasburg. Multiple downbursts, microbursts are being spat out by this storm. A very intense wind. So expect this to be upgraded. You'll be able to hear that warning when it comes through. Once we get our first warning that you guys can hear, let me know if you heard it and how loud it was. All right, be on the lookout for that. Okay, so that's a look there. The storm traveling away from Kansas City. Now let's head up to our area that had a tornado earlier. If I play back this loop here from about an hour ago, you can see near Bruce, South Dakota, where that tornado did occur. And now it's mostly become a disorganized mess. So regular severe thunderstorm warnings don't have audio with them, so don't worry about that one. You can see this lead storm has kind of just become a mess in here. We still got rotation near Toronto in South Dakota. Toronto, South Dakota here. That's going to pass to the Minnesota state line in a bit. This could become more consolidated. This area is still favorable for any weak tornadoes to occur with these storms. So I would imagine that another weak tornado is possible in the area. And several weak tornadoes actually are possible. The one problem with this area over here in southwest Minnesota, or western Minnesota, really, is the lack of radar coverage. So I'm not going to be able to tell really closely if we do have a tornado ongoing with any of these, but I'll be able to spot some rotation with them for sure. So there we go. That's a look through southwest Minnesota. Now we can actually bring it over to southeast Minnesota, because there is a severe thunderstorm warning over here. But for the most part, this line of storms over here that's just passed through Rochester and is headed up towards the Wisconsin state line has remained sub-severe. But now it's seemingly intensifying. Parts of it do have some more damaging winds. You can see that nice bow echo shape to it. We play back a little bit of this loop. You can watch this line of storms just fan out. So I'm here in the southern Twin Cities metro. I don't think I'll lose power. I don't think I've lost power yet in any storms here. So I don't think we'll lose power here at the streaming station today, the forecasting desk. But you can watch this line of storms moving through here. Just barely sub-severe, but very intense rain, probably falling quite frequently all along this line, as it generally heads away from La Crosse, or a little bit towards La Crosse, but I don't think La Crosse will be primarily impacted by this. The heavy rain should make it up towards the Eau Claire area, though, for sure. So, a little bit more severe weather happening over there. But generally not as concerning as some of the areas we've seen. The only thing that we can point out here is generally maybe a little bit of rotation. When you have a line of storms like this, just like we were pointing out, that northern edge is where all the air starts to rotate up here. We call that a bookend vortex. There we go. So let me know if you guys could hear that, how loud that was. If that came through very good, then we're in business. So yeah, as the storm pushes forward, all of the air on the northern side can actually rotate counterclockwise, which is what we're looking for tornadoes. So there could have actually been a brief instance of enhanced rotation up here, especially near Zumbro Falls and Hammond in Minnesota. You can see a little bit of the structure there on the radar. You can kind of see that curly Q right in there. So we had a severe thunderstorm warning with that. Let's see if there was a tornado possible on this. There was. So there was a tornado possible tag on this. Very nice. Warning from the National Weather Service. Y'all watch out over here as it heads up towards Lake City in Minnesota, eventually crossing towards Plum City in Wisconsin. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, another thing that's really beneficial about this is that a lot of this is drought busting rain. So yeah, if you need rain up here in these areas, I know there's a lot of extreme drought rather, which is not the highest. Exceptional drought is the highest. There's a lot of drought in these areas that is actually really, really being benefited by rain like this, especially in the yellows. All this stratiform rain here is good news. Thank you guys all for the memberships as well. Welcome to Team Thunder. Welcome to Team Thunder. I appreciate it. There we go. Let's take one look also toward the east so we can see what's going on for where Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton is, or was, if his feed is working at the moment. And try to restart that and see if it comes back. But Bryce Shelton is up here near Richmond, Virginia. Generally in this area, Richmond is getting basically the worst of the remaining winds and rain from tropical storm, soon to be tropical depression Ophelia here. So if you play that back, you can just see that rain is stalling over them for like the last hour or so. Very intense rain rates too. Very efficient warm rain processes in a tropical storm. So this, even though it doesn't look like very much on radar, you're like, I'm not looking at too much in terms of intense weather going on here. This is actually significant, and why we have flash flood warnings in the green boxes here. That's a lot of rain. A lot of rain. So this should fall apart though. I don't expect as intense of rain as friends in Richmond, Virginia are getting right now for basically the rest of the path as it swings off to the northeast. So Baltimore, Washington, D.C., you guys will get a lot of rain, as well as all these spiral bands that are going to come onshore all the way up towards the New York City metro area. There will be a lot of rain, a couple inches, and that can have some urban flooding. But for the most part over here is where we'll see, those higher end amounts of 5 to 6 inches like we've seen before. There are still storm surge reports happening, though, on the Outer Banks here in North Carolina. So storm surge is still ongoing. That's because winds are still flowing inward into the tropical storm, and because the winds are flowing inward in mass here, there's still a lot of water being pushed onshore. So where areas are pretty much exposed to the storm surge, especially along the Outer Banks, efficient moisture transport and storm surge is still occurring. So please be wary of that in these areas. Yeah, Midas Cat has decided to join me. I don't know where he went, but he is down here somewhere. Thank you, Christy, for the support. Happy to help. Yeah, we're going to be on for a while tonight, guys. There is a slight risk of tornadoes, especially here in the southwest Missouri to northeast Oklahoma area, southeast Kansas as well. So anywhere in here, I expect to see some embedded tornadoes. There are possible. We may see a few warnings later tonight. So that's the reason, part of the reason why I'm on tonight. But yeah, it doesn't look like very much here in our primary risk area. Not yet. But all of that development is expected to start filling in the gap. And until then, we can hang out and gawk a little bit at the storms that are ongoing at the moment. Thank you for the report, Denise. They're in Chillicothe, in Missouri. I appreciate that. Welcome, little Fern. Thank you guys for the memberships. Of course, this is I think this is the second stream that I've done since the memberships have become a thing. So that is relatively new. The first one was the Idalia coverage back then. You figured it out. Yeah, the join button is where it's at. So how you guys feeling? Thanks for checking in. I appreciate everybody who shared where they're watching from. We're gonna start slow and steady tonight, but I think the coverage tonight is definitely warranted. Um, in terms of what may happen. So that is the reason I'm on. Even if we don't have 5 tornado warnings going on at the same time, I want to make sure I'm on ahead of time before that could become realized. So yeah, anywhere outside of the main risk area that you can see on Radar Omega here is basically outside of the yellow is where I'm focusing my coverage on tonight, or inside the yellow. Once you're outside of the yellow, that slight risk from the Storm Prediction Center, that's where the storm potential really falls off, and you'll just see some more remnant rain from any storms that persisted earlier on in the night. So I am concerned with the yellow and the orange today. That is the reason I'm live, as well as the flash flooding that may occur from the tropical storm as it heads off to the northeast. You can see our expected tornado outlook, which is still very marginal on the lower end, is basically consolidated here just to the very southern tip of New Jersey, southern half of Delaware, and the eastern side of Maryland here. So really, I'm not expecting severe weather from the remnants of or the degrading tropical storm Ophelia here. Not expecting too much in terms of tornado potential over here. So we will only focus on that with the flash flood warnings that are issued. And I think we already lost Bryce Shelton, who was covering that area, unfortunately. I was looking forward to giving him a nice paycheck today for his efforts in streaming from that area, because not many people will. I hope he does find a way to come back online though. Let's see what we've got in YouTube 1 in the meantime there. We've got a cloud-covered virtual railfan camera to keep us company there. So there we go. Let me turn that off. Bang. All right, perfect. For any railfan camera fans, I've got you covered. All right, let's take another look at this. We still only have a ordinary severe thunderstorm warning issued out ahead of this for Creighton and Garden City here, southeast of Kansas City, Missouri. Kind of surprised at this, actually. I would assume that this warning could be easily upgraded for greater damaging wind expected here. So again, I think that Quick City, Blairstown, Creighton, and Urich here in Missouri should not be outside in this. These are some pretty intense winds that are headed southeast generally in this direction. So all these tans you see here, these are winds from 70 to 85 miles an hour, maybe even greater. Very, very strong gusts could be occurring with this, and it would be impossible to drive in this, is what I think. You're over there, Knob Noster. Thank you for checking in. I was just looking at where that was. I know there it is, east of Warrensburg. Yeah, I just saw that earlier as I was looking over the radar to prepare for the stream. So yeah, this storm is moving away from Kansas City, the Kansas City metro. All right, so Ryan's got me another storm chaser since Bryce may have gone offline right at the wrong time. So let me pop this up here. See if we can get a new storm chaser that is also in the Oklahoma area, especially important for when those whoa, he's very large. Okay. let's try this. There, that's better. Okay. Very large storm chaser feed. Now I got it covered though. Perks of being prepared, multiple aspect ratios ready to go for those storm chaser feeds. Thank you, Ryan. So that's Adam Lucio over there in Ryford, Oklahoma. Let me update that real quick on the overlay side of things, because I am a multitasking mastermind. All right, Adam Lucio in Ryford, Oklahoma. Right, perfect. He is currently in the midst. If I'm not wrong, I think he is actually in the midst of that pretty intense hailstorm we're looking at. right in central eastern Oklahoma. So he's in one of these storms over here. Let me see where Ryford is. I don't know if it's going to show up on GR2 here. He could be in any of these downpours, actually, honestly. But yeah, if he were anywhere close to Canadian Crowder, north of McAllister, he would be seeing some giant hail down there. So I don't think that's what's occurring. But his feed is exceptionally important if he does run across some possibly up to 4-inch hailstones. Yeah, he might have a crack in his windshield, which is it's telling of the storm chasers who have been down here in Oklahoma so far. A lot of them who are down here in the Tulsa area are waiting for that second round of storms to start up rather, and that'll happen in the next hour or so. We'll watch that really intensify as we go through the early night, the evening hours. So those are our current storms that are the most concerning. This one is only a considerable warning now, but it does have a history of dropping hail large enough to warrant an upgrade. If we do see that come through, that'd be the reason why. But in all of the storms that I've been looking at, I have not seen any rotation yet that has persisted. We still have this really broad rotation moving into Lake City in Minnesota, right along the Wisconsin state line. That was looking a little bit more menacing earlier when it was back near Zumbro Falls. So I think that is mostly fine now. We haven't seen this consolidate into something that would warrant a tornado warning. The National Weather Service is watching that and has a tornado possible tag on it. Thank you, Samuel. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're in late September. It's been a while since the storm chasers have gotten to bust a windshield at all. Yeah, there've been some good hailstorms over the summer, though, for sure. Uh, Definitely a more active summer season than we usually see here. Kansas City is still in the firing line for more storms. I don't know if they'll go directly over the city, but the metro is still. I definitely think there could be some severe weather in the vicinity of it. Probably most likely to the south of Kansas City. Thank you guys for pressing the like button here at the start. Lets YouTube know what we're doing is valuable, even if it is on a day that not many people expect a lot of severe weather coverage ongoing. But there has already been a confirmed tornado or two so far today, maybe even more than two. Primarily here in eastern to northeastern South Dakota, but also in western Minnesota. Very weak tornadoes, but ones that did happen and were confirmed from chaser perspectives. So if we have any more of those that are visible and they happen during the stream, I'll be sure to rezeet them, retweet them, repost them, on that silly site. We'll see how long that lasts. Rezeet them. Ooh, lots of work behind the scenes, though. You guys may think that I haven't done. You may think I haven't done too much, but I have been grading hundreds of applications for analysts for the Ryan Hall server behind the scenes. So the team is ever growing with all the grading that I have to do for their applications. They're very long and intense, but quite a few new individuals have passed. So our team is still growing a lot behind the scenes. You may not see that if you're not a part of the Discord server. I would recommend that, since we are not going to overwhelm the Discord server, since there's not too many people right now. But yeah, that's another thing I've been working on in the back end. It's important that we are fleshing out possible futures for people too, because you can put that stuff on your resume for sure. Serving as community leaders. Yeah, Deb, I hope you're doing all right. You're definitely welcome back at any point. There's still just as much of the same stuff as you would expect ongoing there. Minneapolis area should be pretty low for tornado possibility. I think by the time storms get to us, anything that's stronger that rolls through will be elevated, meaning that there's not really going to be a tornado threat, but there could still be some pretty strong winds, especially the rain, I think, is our primary concern. Any urban corridor flooding would be what I'm concerned with in the Twin Cities area, because I'm there. So yeah, it's gonna be a while till we see our main event convection. Not a while actually, it's pretty close by. Till we see that main event convection pop up there. So anywhere in here really, because we're so far away from radar, we could actually have several possible tornadoes ongoing if we do some radar diagnostics here. One definitely could have occurred here near Chokio in Minnesota, Johnson in Stevens County. To the east of Graceville. That was a possible area of rotation, kind of embedded in there. A lot of messy storms going on at the same time, so it'd be really hard to see, especially since we're far from the radar. But we have had several weak tornadoes confirmed over here in this area, eastern South Dakota, western Minnesota. There. So what we're watching, let's do some reasons why, and also overlay here so you know exactly why we're getting severe weather here in late September. Let's look at why that's happening. So I can very quickly pull this up on good old Weather Bell here. I'm over on this scene. Let me see if I can get this to look really nice here. That'll work. That'll work. So these are the maps that you often see me share in my videos, my forecast videos on this channel. Here we're looking about 4 miles above our head, and our main weather maker here, especially if I refresh this page and get a newer model run, our main weather maker here is that little trough that's just about right here at the moment in central South Dakota, and I'll show you that on the satellite too. This you may be wondering, like, oh man, we've got this big time weather maker in the central states. I wonder if it's going to go off to the east and be a Midwest threat or an East Coast threat. Maybe we'll see severe weather over here. No, that's not going to quite be the case this time, because watch what happens to this low pressure. It kind of just stalls and then kind of just doesn't do much of anything. It's very weak, kind of just stalls in place there. So that, what we call there, is vertical stacking of the low. Essentially, it's being forced to pause right in this region up here in the northern plains, because we have this big old omega block actually showing up right here. It's a huge omega-shaped block right in here, and that's preventing the storm from actually just continuing off to the Great Lakes and providing any severe weather over here. So that's why we're going to see a front travel to the south. Dallas-Fort Worth has some hail risk tomorrow, but really this risk does not continue off to the east. It's just going to kind of stall out right there, and that's what's going to happen today into early tomorrow. So that's why the severe risk is just where it is now, and there's not really expected to be a stream for more coverage down the line because it's going to fall apart. So pretty cool how that works. That's our mid-level low. But if I bring you over here to the satellite, give you some satellite imagery here, you can see our mid-low there is spinning around right in this region here. There's our counterclockwise movement. But at the surface, the low pressure is actually right here in southeast South Dakota. And a bunch of those tornadic storms are right around the same vicinity. As a result, there's a lot more spin in the atmosphere right here, right around that surface low where it's tightly compact. So that's why we're seeing that there. And you can see some of our storms around Kansas City, Missouri that have blown up in the last couple hours. Look how much that just blows up right there. And also down here in East Oklahoma. So that's all the storms we're watching, but on this satellite view, all of this in between is going to fill in. We're going to see a explosive storm development and growth right in this region. And the reason why I can say that with any confidence is if we zoom in here, you can see all of these little pockets of clouds right here. You see those? They're very small, but you can see them in mass on the satellite view. These are all of our cumulus clouds, our small little puffy cotton candy clouds that are going to be forced up by the front coming in, and also just general focus for ascent right in this region. So these are all going to become severe thunderstorms more than likely. That's why we have the outlook risk in place, and that's what we're expecting over the next couple hours to basically bulldoze through Tulsa, Joplin, Missouri, over the next few hours, and pretty much stop there in terms of the most intense coverage right in the enhanced risk area from the Storm Prediction Center. So that's why the things that are happening today are happening. Very quick outlook on that. It is a lot of information to digest, but I hope it makes sense in some capacity. Serves to accommodate the reason for a stream today. So yeah, that's what we're expecting. Could see if any of these storms here in eastern South Dakota kind of merge together. We could see a storm merger right in this region. Draw that in blue so you can see it. I bet these two storms will kind of merge together. We could see something interesting here near Hendricks in Minnesota, right along the state line here. That could pop up, so that'll be an area I'm watching over the next 30 minutes or so. And then we'll bring it all the way back down here into Oklahoma. Our 4-inch hailstone supercell is actually kind of falling apart, probably because it's training over the same area pretty much continually. So this updraft is kind of dying down, and the storm is not really too significant any longer, especially with those approaching from the west side. But yeah, just a bunch of pop-up convection otherwise. You can see attempts at those storms forming back here, and just look how quickly they develop once they do manage to root. So they turn into some pretty intense storms really quickly, in the span of 30 minutes. That's kind of what we're expecting to happen all the way up here. You can see it starting actually here in southeastern Kansas. Look at these storms just now coming up. Down along Highway 69 here near Mound City and Fort Scott in Kansas. There's the beginnings of our convection. This is going to pretty much continue all the way down towards Tulsa. So we're watching it start right now. You are here for the start of the pretty significant severe weather today. Another severe thunderstorm watch issued too. Yeah, if you see the storm chaser thing messed up, that's just because I only had the wrong aspect ratio on the other scene of OBS, so don't worry about that, Frank. Appreciate you looking out at that though. The storm chasers are always so difficult for me to keep up with. They're constantly changing their stuff. I need to have 3 different aspect ratios for every feed. Okay, so let's go back to the storm southeast of the Kansas City metro. Again, still a regular severe thunderstorm warning for this, but I do think there are some really intense winds in here. Maybe even upwards of 95-mile-an-hour winds and these brown splotches here on the right side of your screen. That velocity is not insignificant. That's headed generally towards the Clinton, Missouri area here in Henry County. Guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the kind of severe thunderstorm that could actually prompt some damage to trees and so forth. So I would be concerned with this one, even if it doesn't stick out to you, since you got that alert on your phone or whatever. I would be concerned with this one in this area. So this is traveling away from the metro at the moment, Kansas City Metro. Could even have some general funkiness ongoing in here. Most of these values are probably distorted quite a bit. I wouldn't expect them to all be legitimate, especially if they're in the vicinity of any wind farms. But if this is actually legitimate rotation, I'll have to see if that continues to be the case. But we could have velocity is a very sensitive variable, so I bet there's actually just some distortion ongoing in there. It certainly makes radar analysis very difficult, I will tell you that. I can hear the rain over here in the Twin Cities. Yeah, we're expecting all these storms to pretty much be in a line right here. I bet this is where we'll get that primary development. So if you're not, I bet if you're not, if you're north and west of this part of Kansas along this blue line, I don't think you'll get in on too much in terms of severe weather today. I think it's really focused right in the southeastern corner of the state here. So yeah, anywhere in the Joplin metro area, Tulsa metro area should be watching over the next few hours, especially if you need someone to keep you company. And then anywhere east of this line is probably where the storms will mostly begin to die out as they get into the night, lose all that sunlight for the energy that'll keep them going. It's a very narrow corridor of intense weather expected today, but definitely one worth being here for. I won't see. I won't see if there will be any extensions of severe thunderstorm watches for quite some time. I think most of them were more recently issued, so I don't think I will. I don't think I'll be able to see where they'll be extended to until we're like halfway through their lifetime, especially down here in our enhanced risk area. Yeah, I'll continue watching this. The signature has at least stayed there for quite some time. We can always check it with some other products here from the radar, but as you can see, there is a lot of distortion also in correlation coefficient here. It leads me to believe that most of these signatures on velocity are not legitimate. So this is definitely not looking correct. So this can happen when the radar has to scan through a bunch of really heavy rain. Anything that can distort the signal is problematic for us interpreting the radar. Yeah, watching the primary concerns here from this blob, lots of very heavy rain, damaging winds as a result. I think these will have downbursts in them. That's what we're watching moving into Clinton, Chilhowie, pretty much anywhere from Warrensburg into the south is where I'm watching. So you can watch the progression of this storm. I think it's forming into its own mesoscale convective system, the MCS. Generally is what we're watching happening here. So you can see it's pretty much one blob of a storm, maybe a supercell at one point, and now it's forming its own cold pool. All of that rain cooled air back behind it, and that's going to cause the rear inflow jet to push it forward to the south and east. So we're watching the birth of a big old MCS at the moment. So that will probably continue for quite some time on the southeast track towards probably Lebanon, along I-44 in Missouri. I'd expect that to be the case. You're just joining, no active tornado warnings yet. There is the possibility for a few tornado warnings, especially around 7 to 8 p.m., maybe 9 p.m. Central in the northeast Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, and southwest Missouri area. That's where I'm going to be watching very closely for any more tornado warnings as we get into the evening. It's been a lot. We've had tropical storm Philippe, I think, developed at some point today, or is about to develop. It is a potential tropical cyclone at the minimum, but as far as we've seen, that storm kind of just it might just stall out a little bit and then head off to the north. We'll have update videos on those, and then there's another tropical wave behind it that will go into the same area once again, right off the west coast of Africa, that has a low chance of development over the next week. So peak tropical storm season, lots of weather to cover. Honestly, tropical weather is probably my least favorite to cover because it's the most static in terms of things exist for a while in the synoptic scale. Hurricanes are on the synoptic scale, so they exist for like a week or 2 weeks or even longer than that sometimes, and that makes it so that people can make a bunch of assumptions and act like they're know-it-alls about it. So it's generally the worst weather to cover, I've found, because it's the one where people are most entitled and aggressive in response to any outlooks that you make or any videos that you make. So I don't really like covering tropical weather, but I will still do it, of course, as I have over the last month or so. It's been quite active, and those videos have done really well. I think have helped inform a lot of people. But yeah, they can be definitely ruthless and savage. So some of the severe weather nowcasting is a lot more my jam, you know what I mean? Even if it's not a widely communicated risk with a ton of people needing to watch for an outbreak today, we can just do some good old severe weather coverage, you and I. Thanks for all the members too if I missed any. Do appreciate you guys. Very simple, straightforward membership on this channel. Only 2 tiers. Very straightforward benefits that you get. Just respond to your comments, and if you're on the upper tier, you just get put in the end of videos. Very straightforward. I don't like a bunch of extra things attached and strings attached and things that may or may not happen. Like, oh, some members only stuff might happen. Like, I I would rather you know exactly what you're gonna get always at all times. That's why I've implemented the system like that. So yeah, I don't know if any area in the enhanced risk outlook here on Radar Omega, I don't know if any area is going to be okay or not yet tonight. We have yet to see most of the storms develop that will impact these spots. They're starting to move down here through southeastern Kansas. We'll see that continue to be the case here on the national radar that we can look at here. You can kind of watch their development begin and push off to the south in the enhanced risk in the area of orange. So I don't know if any of y'all will be okay or not tonight. That is the reason for the stream here. We want to make sure we can now cast as the storms happen. Chances are good you'll be totally fine, but you know, you may have to be thinking about your neighbors and so forth if something does blow through. Otherwise, yeah, it's looking pretty tame right now. We have basically one severe thunderstorm warned storm at the moment. The rest of these storms have no warnings associated with them except for flash flooding. And such is the case over here, too, in the mid Atlantic. Still flash flood warnings moving through Richmond. I think this is going to be quite the problem for the Richmond Metro. Definitely urban flooding is going to be happening continually here because you can see all this heavy rain just kind of stalling over right over the city. So not a good look for Richmond at the moment. Don't drive through flooded roads if you can help it, or don't do it at all. It doesn't matter if you can help it or not. Just don't do it. Suppose I should say it that way, yeah? Don't do it. Thank you, MD, for gifting membership. Went to Kirsten. Enjoy your gifted membership for a month. Yeah, that's a thing now. So yeah, let me talk about Iowa as well. Iowa is in the slight risk. You can see it here. And there, for quite some time, especially the morning model runs, we were expecting maybe a second round of storms to move through Iowa in the slight risk, and even possibly provide a brief tornado threat up here. But from the most recent run, you can see not really much is going to happen in Iowa any longer tonight. We have that one last attempt at a band of storms here in the evening hours, and then basically around midnight to 1 a.m. is when that reaches Des Moines, but it kind of just falls apart. There's nothing super solid here going through Iowa, so I'm not expecting another round of intense storms here in Iowa. And the reason for that is all the storms that moved through earlier in different parts of the state have left a bunch of cold air in place, and the trend is that that cold air will hold and prevent, prevent tornadoes, but also prevent a lot of the severe weather as well that could have occurred in that region. So morning time storms have saved y'all's butts down there. But there's still going to be a lot of heavy rain through Minnesota here, especially. So you can see that as we get through the evening, it's going to be raining a lot. Quite a lot. Most of it should remain sub-severe. If we go through the risks here, we can see that in particular, the hail and wind risk is in place for most of these storms up here. And that's why we have that slight and marginal. So these storms still do have a chance at a slight hail and wind threat. Thank you, Frank, for the gift and for joining. Frank's a part of the channel now. Wow. Do I know of any historical tornado disasters in late September? Yeah, the last the last F scale F4 tornado actually occurred on September 22nd, I think, right down here in the vicinity of southeastern Missouri. I forget where exactly it was. It was near Perryville, but I think it's off to the south and east of it, maybe. I believe Crosstown is where it happened. But that was the last F4 tornado before the scale got revised to the EF scale that we know it as now. So that is a late September tornado event that occurred back in 2006. Yep, I am now casting. I am now casting. Little Rock should be fine. Again, we watched that. Basically, the thing that's going to happen here is the low pressure system that's giving us all these storms today. You can see it spinning up there in South Dakota is kind of just going to stay in place up here. It's going to get blocked by a big old ridge off to the east. And as a result, it's just going to spin in place and deteriorate. So we're not watching these risks move off to the east over the next few days. Just some general thunderstorms are possible in the Little Rock area, but not any organized severe weather like we'll see in a couple hours from now for sure, because you can see this development blowing up here. So we're watching Tulsa in particular, stormiest hour from 7, 8, 9 p.m. Central. Maybe even another round or two possible, depending on any back building that occurs there. And pretty much the same is true for our enhanced area that's in red here on this wind outlook. Pretty much the same is true, 7 to 9 p.m. from South Kansas City Metro all the way down through maybe even Oklahoma City. We might see a storm develop very close to that metro area. So yeah, that's the reason I'm on. We'll be on for a few hours as this blows up. You're watching it before that happens. So this is what it looks like just about right now. And yeah, boom. Right through the evening. Looks like some pretty significant weather will occur today. Oh, Carly has the strongest tornadoes of September video. That's a great resource, yeah. That is a great resource. Let's see. Adam's feed's still going, looking good. I'm not sure if let's see. I haven't seen any movement from Tom's feed. We might need to refresh that. Let me see if that needs a refresh, if it comes back or not. See if that's still live or if it just needed a quick one. We'll go back to looking the radar here. Let's start in Oklahoma, see if some of that development is going on. Yes, it is. Just while we were talking about that forecast update, now we have a storm southeast of Oklahoma City. Watch how fast this storm in particular just kind of popped up here, right near Tribby. So yeah, just from a blip on the radar, a little shower, and then over the next 15 minutes, 13 minutes even, south of Shawnee, now we have a proper thunderstorm developed here. Probably already spitting out some lightning bolts on it, I bet. So there you go. Yeah, it's an intense model run for a reason. It looks like that for a reason. And we're already starting to see that development back in here. That is going to be significant and will have a tornado threat associated with it. So don't let your guard down at all. You can kind of see those just, yeah, we can see all that development starting up right there west of Tulsa as well. So your stormiest hour might even be over the next hour, but it definitely looks like the coverage will be greatest from 7 p.m. onward, as we just saw from the model runs. Important caveat on those model runs, once again, is when we see 7 p.m. on the model, you can assume that that model is actually pretty late. It's not capturing well the initiation or the start of those thunderclouds booming up and blowing up and so forth. So yeah, we're gonna really watch this fill in together. I bet there will be some pretty good storm coverage through Coffeyville, Kansas, all the way up through Fort Scott, Pittsburgh, and Joplin, as we saw in the model. All the most recent runs of those models have trended in the same direction. So it's a good thing that we have the ability to now cast them even before they happen. Yeah, air has to rise, which cools it off and forces water to condense in order to form those big thunderclouds. Does that mean anything for Seminole? Perhaps. Since that's pretty close to Shawnee, basically in this area, might see some impacts. Probably small hail, maybe even some large hail is possible by the time the storm approaches your area in Seminole County. Northwest Arkansas will see these storms much later, I think, probably around 11 p.m. to midnight or later in the central time zone. But by that point, the severe threat should be decreasing somewhat. All right, let's look through all the storms that are ongoing there. So there's our startups through central and east central Oklahoma at the moment. We'll watch how those develop. Let's go up through our existing storms at the moment, see what we've got going on. I do still think that there's some nonsense or shenanigans ongoing here north of Clinton in Missouri. So with this storm that's headed east, southeast, away from Kansas City, Missouri, at the moment, headed through Henry County towards Benton County and probably to the south of Sedalia there in Missouri. Looks like it's going to go well to the south, but you can see that surge of the storm. Very quick surge forward. I bet that spin up tornadoes could occur with this at several points. If you look closely, you can see that structure on the radar. Kind of all that inflow is getting sucked right into this region near Post Oak. And that actually does show up on the velocity where we've got some broad rotation right in this vicinity. So I'm watching this closely. I think this could lead to something spicy in a short period of time if we don't have eyes on it. So we'll flick back to this risk very frequently as it progresses off to the south and east. So Calhoun, Windsor, Leeton, here in Missouri, y'all watch out in the severe thunderstorm warning. And watch how that we'll watch how that tracks. Whew, all right. We are going to watch how that tracks together. Because this is definitely a powerful system. The reason why I am putting any emphasis on this is because we actually have some pretty significant winds. It does look like Tom's feed is not coming back, by the way. So let me put up a thing really quick there. Bang. A nice virtual railfan cam once again to look at there. The reason, again, that I'm putting emphasis on this, we have powerful winds driving this forward near Clinton, so that's going to enter the Clinton vicinity in Henry County, and those strong winds pushing forward are actually going to allow for pretty strong winds to rotate around both peripheries here. So I think that as a result, we could see spin-up tornadoes here in the short term as this progresses off to the southeast. Watching it very closely. In addition to that, in our radar hole, it does look like some pretty large hail is falling too. Let's watch the loop on this. A bunch of storms have kind of come together here in the Sumner, Missouri area. So watch them come together there in the last hour. And once they've all consolidated, we actually see some pretty strong updrafts, or the part of the storm that's rising. And the stronger that is, generally, in these environments, we can see larger hail. More powerful updraft can keep that hail suspended in the cloud for a longer period of time. So some more hail. This could be just more small hail in general, but large hail also possible here in north central Missouri. That is generally it's generally moving off to the east, maybe towards the Macon, Missouri area. Might see some of that hail later on as a result. So some strong Missouri storms. You're in the Kansas City, Missouri area. How's it feel? Is it still really humid over there? Or what surface observations are you able to feed? You can process some surface observations, get some reports, can understand a little bit better what's going on as some more storms are possible in the area later. Or in the near term, actually, I should say. All right, and then over here in South Dakota, again, not really seeing any of these storms exhibiting near-term tornado possibilities, but they're really hard to see because this is a proper radar hole here in western Minnesota. This is really unfortunate. I can't really tell too much on what's going on here, and most of the storms are actually going to be of some very limited mesocyclones. The spinning part of the storm will actually be pretty low. The storm isn't that tall. So that means the further away from the radar we are, the harder it is to actually see the spinning part of these storms. So I may not even be able to tell if there are tornadoes possible with any of these cells since they're too far away from any radar site. But they do have the potential to produce tornadoes, and they have had several confirmed tornadoes already today. What happens if it goes down? Well, we just don't get a feed from it anymore. Definitely humid in Warrensburg. Still pretty chilly. Not humid in Kansas City, warm and humid in Kansas City. You're in Lawrence and it's very nice. Yeah, so it seems like it's generally around a neutral state. Neutral state. Some people think it's humid, some don't. So therefore, it's probably actually pretty comfortable, but it might still be ample primed for storms to occur once again. I think that might be one of the reasons why we see those storms pop up primarily south of Kansas City, though. So there we go, from north to south. That's a look at everything that's going on over here in Richmond. Still getting slammed by all of this heavy rain right near the center of this weakening tropical storm. Might be a tropical depression already. I haven't seen an update on that, but the difference is a little bit, at this point, it's a little bit moot because the primary impacts are almost certainly related to rain rather than a few miles per hour difference in wind. So yeah, Richmond, honestly surprised this isn't a considerable flash flood warning, but yeah, several reports of flooded streets already. I think that's going to continue to be the case. It looks like it's going to rain pretty heftily in Richmond, Virginia over the next hour or so at minimum. So pretty unfortunate direct impact from the center of the tropical storm in this area. No flooding so far in your area in Richmond. That's good. That's good news. I don't know if that'll continue to be the case because this does look significant, but do let me know how it goes over the next hour or two. Overall, though, it doesn't look too impressive, does it? I think that tornado threat from this tropical storm will probably not be realized too heftily. All these rain showers coming on shore in the area of concern really don't look menacing whatsoever. They don't look like they're too they don't look like they're strong enough essentially to support a tornado threat at the moment, which is why we only have a marginal risk associated with them. You get a little bit closer and you can see a couple of heftier rain showers here. So perhaps we might see one possible tornado warning with really weak rotation as these get closer to the shoreline here around Atlantic City. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, but I don't think it's a primary concern at this point. It's definitely more related to the flooding that could occur. So back down to Oklahoma, we could already have a supercell here, right to the south of Tecumseh and Shawnee. This does look like a supercell. In fact, it looks like a supercell that's already splitting. So I think we have a splitting supercell here, which means the left split will rocket off a little bit more to the north, while the right split down here stays to the east, maybe towards the Seminole area. So if we have a splitting supercell there, that happens with wind profiles that are pretty straight. That will accentuate a split between the rotating parts of the storm off to the north and off to the east. We see this quite often. That's less favorable for tornadoes, but more favorable for hail production. And it's still possible that we could see a tornadic storm with the right mover supercell there. So I think we're already seeing a split. If not, we have a healthy supercell, regardless of that, I believe, and one that definitely will drop some pretty hefty hail as it gets towards the Seminole area. So we'll watch this closely. I could bring it to a closer radar site too, but I think I have good enough eye on that from the Tulsa radar as it stands. More of our storms are popping up west of Tulsa as well. And this will continue to be the case over the next hour or so. Where we'll get most rainfall. Most of the rainfall, I think the heaviest rainfall actually already fell in parts of North Carolina. I think we've already seen the some of the heaviest rainfall amounts. Particularly Cape Carteret or Carteret had 7.6 inches of rain from the tropical storm. New Bern had about 6.5 inches, and Swansboro and Emerald Isle above 6 inches as well. Morehead City went up to 5 inches. So those areas definitely probably saw some of the heaviest rainfall. Maybe around Washington, North Carolina, and Greenville will also be updated with some pretty high amounts. But I think besides Richmond and Virginia, we won't see amounts of rain get that high, especially as the convection kind of dies down a little bit with the tropical storm. There's your severe thunderstorm warning for this cell in particular here, which is already maybe having the tiniest of a hail spike here. So yeah, I do think that this is a proper strong storm and will continue to be one with this severe thunderstorm warning now in Pottawatomie County. So there's the first of many. And I think the tornado threat will be lower down here. As you go further north and east, we really start to see that tornado threat ramp up a little bit in terms of the environment being favorable for tornado genesis, with the beginning of one. Let's see, so I can double confirm that by looking at some parts of the atmosphere that shows me the winds. Vertical wind profile in particular is still pretty weak here, but if I show you this from Tulsa, this is a look at the hodograph from Tulsa, for the most recent one from about 10 minutes ago, derived from the radar. You can see that there is an expected loop here in the lower levels. The low level shear is pretty weak. We don't have very much of it, but this is expected to essentially intensify as we get that low level jet cranking in the evening. This will become much more curved than it is at the moment, and any storms that travel this direction toward the east will actually have access to quite a bit of spin. So we'll be watching the trend of this in particular. This will tell me whether or not we'll see tornadoes more or basically very large hail in this environment around Tulsa. And I keep saying we've got a ways to go, but we do have a proper supercell now west of Tulsa. Just in the last few minutes, it's really come together there from nothing. Look at that. This is the supercell structure we all are familiar with at this point, or you may not be familiar with yet, but you'll become familiar with it for sure the more storm coverage you watch here in the States. So proper supercell developing here, going to drop some large hail initially, I bet, as it generally continues off to that east track we just noted on the vertical wind profile. So there it is. Look how fast that just kind of shows up in the last 30 minutes. It does look like it's going to head pretty close to parts of the Tulsa metro, this one in particular. So we'll watch and see what kind of a threat for hail and wind damage that gives first of all before it gets closer to the city. Bunch of them are showing up though now. We have one near Red Rock in Oklahoma. Look at that developing over the last 30 minutes, really. And that's the reason why, if you're perusing YouTube and so forth, that we have, I think Reed Timmer is somewhere in the southeast Kansas vicinity. That's why there's a bunch of storm chasers down here, because while these storms are discrete, meaning that they're kind of far away from each other like this, then they actually can produce a couple of tornadoes as we go through the evening hours here. So that is the reason why, as well as very large hail, that some of the storm chasers that you know and love are down in these areas. What causes lift for storms? We talk about troughs often, because troughs are going to bring generally some cooler air in the midst of warm and moist air. And since since warm, moist air is actually less dense than cold air that wants to sink, it's why your feet are always cold when your head's hot if you can't get the temperature in your house right. Since warm air wants to rise, when you get that imbalance of cold and warm air coming together from waves in the atmosphere, that's generally what's going to cause a lot of your lift. There we go. Wait and see. We'll give these storms another 10, 15 minutes to continue developing and start rotating over here. This one's been severe warned as well, west of Tulsa, just like we were talking about. So parts of Tulsa County are actually in that now. If that warning does go out to a significant number of people, that is the reason why storms generally traveling to the east, just as I thought it was, just as I thought it would. So we'll watch this one on approach to the city. It looks like it's going to be decently significant. I'm watching this one down here near Shawnee and Seminole. Further evidence for that splitting supercell I talked about. You can see this northern left split cell kind of separating. We have that split right in between them. The right mover actually has some pretty hefty hail, which is the interesting part about this split. So there's our splitting supercell there, severe warned. And this storm that just developed 20 minutes ago is now also severe warned. There it is, from nothing at 5:45 p.m. Central, all the way to a severe warned supercell, now with quite a bit more hail in the center of it, and some rotation going on here. Right in this region, we're starting to see a little bit of convergence that may lead to rotation. So yeah, this is looking like a proper supercell on approach to Tulsa. So it's good. It's good that you know about this now in Tulsa, even if it doesn't do anything, and you just get to see it from far away. Well, the best case is that you already know about it, just because we're looking at it right now. So there you go, latest update. Latest update on that. Let's go up to the Missouri area. Thank you, Heather, for the support. Happy to help. I'm expecting a couple of tornado warnings. I think that's about what we'll see. I don't know if we'll see any more confirmed tornadoes, but I would bet that we'll have a couple of tornado warnings at some point. I think the environment is conducive for that. So we'll see if that does occur. The best case is no tornado warnings, so nobody has a, maybe, or a lot less people would have spikes in anxiety. But if there are, I'm here to cover them. If there aren't, then we're all good to go. Even though I'll still be here. So watching this mess, actually surprised that it's become quite a bit less organized here. Maybe it's kind of gusted itself out in western Missouri here on approach to Clinton. It kind of looks like it's fallen apart here, but for a second there, I was thinking we had a pretty significant MCS developing here, especially with that rotation right in there that persisted for a little bit. But now it's looking much messier and less of a direct threat. It's still going to have severe thunderstorm winds with it. We have this warning all the way out in front of it, down to Hermitage and Warsaw in Missouri here. But at the moment, it looks like it's become kind of discombobulated. However, that could change because we still have more storm coverage coming up from the southwest. All these storms down here are looking to merge with the main system at some point, filling in basically right in here. So I'll keep my eye on it, but this is, from what I can tell, this is decently good news. This becomes less of a direct wind damage producer. All right. So let's go up north briefly here and see if there's anything I can see with these storms in this radar hole. On the South Dakota Minnesota state line primarily. This is closest to our surface low pressure system. We played this loop on the radar back. You can kind of see that counterclockwise spin all the way around eastern South Dakota here. So you can just watch that kind of spin right. Generally broad area of low pressure right in here. And on the eastern side of the low pressure is where we have these stronger thunderstorms that also have access to quite a bit of spin in the atmosphere. So eastern side of that low pressure system, all that counterclockwise spin is being ingested into these cells, and possibly, I mean, I would just about bet that there could have been a funnel cloud at some point right on the state line with this storm here west of Canby in Minnesota. Just that area of rotation right there does look pretty suspect to me. And all these storms where the velocity is shrouded and we can't quite see it, these could all have a chance at producing some brief tornadoes here, maybe up towards Dalton, Fergus Falls. Stronger velocity returns possible up here from the radar. So I wish I could see these, but the best I can say is that if there is a tornado warning issued for any of these, it would be a preventative warning. It's what I like to call them, meaning that we can't really see from a closer radar site what's actually going on here. We'd have to rely on ground observations, storm chasers, and so forth to actually confirm. But if there are none, and there are radar returns that actually look, decent enough to support something happening at the surface like this, I would say near Fergus Falls and Dalton, there is a warning issued for an area like this of spinning, counterclockwise spin, then it would be a preventative warning saying, hey, looks like this storm is rotating enough 14,000 feet above the surface to where it might actually be capable of producing a tornado, and thus a warning suffices to tell you that it's a good idea to take shelter. So we'll see. We'll see if any of those are issued further into the evening here, but close to the low pressure system, I think that this tornado threat should decrease once we get past sundown. This threat in particular up here in western Minnesota is very reliant on any instability it can access. It's very, very low CAPE, very low amount of that convective available potential energy for storms to have any fuel. So whatever it can get it's like that very marginal amount that makes it just barely possible. So once the sun's down, begins to cool off at the surface, we'll see much, much lower of a tornado threat up here. So there we go. That's an update up there. Let's look through any other part of the states that has something ongoing. But no severe thunderstorm warnings anywhere else. Yeah, just some heavy rain over here in north central Iowa, and also entering the Wisconsin state line area, closer to Lake City, Red Wing. And just some heavy rain down here near Ottumwa. But nothing else to be concerned with. In Iowa, all these showers are popping up because of the cold temperatures at the surface. These are not going to become tornadic storms, but this is what would have posed a direct problem if we didn't get all that rain earlier cooling off the surface in this region of Iowa. These would have been what we would have been concerned with in terms of tornadoes in the late afternoon to evening. But as it stands, I don't think they will be able to do anything thanks to that cold air at the surface. So I feel okay about Iowa. We'll see if anything does consolidate here in a very, very marginal environment. We looking okay over there. All right, let's drop it back down to Oklahoma, since these storms are taking off rather quickly. So through all the storms we have now, very heavy rain, very hefty hail falling just north of McAllister near Crowder, along Highway 69, south of Eufaula and north of McAllister right now in Pittsburgh County. Another hailstorm moving through here toward the Choctaw Nation. Our hailstorm down here is getting pretty close to Seminole. Most of the hail might actually miss Seminole proper if this left split goes off to the north of the city and the right split stays off to the south of the city. That is a possible solution here as it enters Seminole County from the west. And each of these supercells starting up do have some rotation. This one was just warned for hail, and I did hear that considerable warning coming through. Not sure which storm that actually is for. Let's see. That's for the one north of McAllister. So this has golf ball size hail associated with it near Crowder. You can see it pretty evident there in the pinks here on the left side of your screen. And then our supercells headed generally towards Tulsa. There they are from birth to where they are at now. I'm going to be watching these pretty closely because as we get into the evening, generally, if we watch the hail threat kind of diminish in these supercells, we see much less of the pinks and the reflectivity over here in this blue circle. If we see that tone down and maybe the storm begin to hook a little bit more, I think that we'll have a real cause for concern with a tornado threat, but I'm not seeing that yet. So we'll have to watch how that does shape up over the next hour or two when the tornado threat is actually maximized. So watching for Tulsa in particular does look like parts of the metro will be subject to this supercell coming up. So unfortunate. I just had a Tulsa storm chaser. I do have Adam Lucio that is in the vicinity of eastern Oklahoma. I'm not sure exactly where he is now. I don't think the location is being updated, but he'll have a pretty good look at some of these storms. I had another one though. It would have been very nice if they. I wonder why they streamed the entire afternoon when nothing was happening, and then stopped streaming once something started happening in the Tulsa area. Very very strange. The anti-chaser is what I will call them. Why would the hail turn down? The processes, especially related to the wind profile, how the wind changes as you go up above your head, that are supportive of hail and tornadoes are generally different. So you want a lot of different wind direction and speed in the low level for tornadoes, but you want much less of that for efficient hail production. Tomorrow, looking for Dallas, you're looking at a possible hailstorm, so make sure that you have a place to put your vehicle if you're worried about that. Okay, very good, Frank. Did you update that? Should I refresh it? Okay, it's the same one. Gotcha. All right, so that's what we're looking at now. Storm near Bristow in Oklahoma is going to pass to the south of most of the Tulsa metro, so closer to Mounds, Liberty, Winchester. Off to the south of the metro, it should stay south of Glenpool. But this one will also have most of those same risks associated with it over the next couple hours. Again, watching that vertical wind profile from the Tulsa radar, it does look like the low level jet is increasing here. So we'll take a quick look at that. This is what we're looking at with this photograph here. Again, seeing a little bit more of that low level shear starting up here, especially a lot for any supercell that does move right over the area to very nicely take that in. And you can interpolate a lot from this particular photograph. That's moving off to the south and east here. At the upper levels here, the winds are from the north and east, so they're blowing this direction. Maybe 4, 5, 6 miles above your head down in this way. And then if we come back to the radar, you can see the shape of the storms generally as they mature here. The tops of the storms are kind of being blown off to the south and east. So there they are forming, and then you have that shape of the storm, the anvil of it, or the top of the storm that gets blown way out ahead of it, is off to the south and east. So it could still be clear over parts of the Tulsa metro over here, but down here near Sapulpa and south of Jinx, the anvil of this storm is actually probably causing some shade down here. So this is probably where the rest of that cloud is going, just down this direction, due to those winds coming from the northwest. Yeah, I can't help but that those get goofed up. I don't know why that happens. It's just different aspect ratios on different scenes. I mean, I could fix it, but I don't think it's important. You just get to see a giant storm chaser feed. It's a pretty cool look. We can actually interpret that rather directly. And something else that's happening here, again, north and east of McAllister now, generally moving away from McAllister. I don't think it'll impact the city down there. Is a pretty large hail spike, especially on that last scan. You can see the radar beam is traveling up from the north and through the hailstorm right here in these pinks and purples. And that causes this big old spike down here. This is all from the radar beam hitting hail and causing an artifact to show up on the radar. Particularly, it's an extension of the time that thinks the radar is sending these pulses out. So it thinks it takes longer to return a pulse over here because that energy is being directed toward the hail, then toward the surface because it hits a hailstone, back up to the hailstones, and then back up to the radar, or back over to the radar. So all that, the time it takes for it to hit a hailstone, the surface, and then back up to the hailstone and go back causes this time-lagged spike to show up there. And we can confirm that by looking at correlation coefficient. All these lower values are indicative of that occurring. Pretty cool. Pretty cool to see that. It's a unique thing that's it's not supposed to happen with an ideal radar solution, but the fact that it does exist actually allows us to contextually say, oh, there's some pretty large hail falling with this storm in particular here in southeast Oklahoma. What do I expect for the Joplin Metro? A lot of this. I expect a lot of that to fill in here through southeast Kansas and move into southwest Missouri. Springfield, by the time it gets over there, it'll probably be a wind bag, as Reed Timmer likes to call it. So damaging windstorm, maybe some hail still with it. But it'll be later in the night. Ophelia is causing flooding in the Richmond, Virginia area. So all those storms that may have been off the coast of southern New Jersey and Delaware, they really don't look too significant. The tornado threat's very low from the Storm Prediction Center over here, but you can see that basically we just have a bunch of flooding ongoing, probably ongoing in the Richmond area. We have that flash flood warning in place for a reason. Some of these areas from the track as it went off to the north and now is headed north-northeast have received nearly 6 or 7 inches of rain right at the core. All right, let's look in the Missouri area because with this blob of storms, as these come together, I think there could be another surge of some damaging winds. It looked really bad back here, just when I was talking about it. Then it became a little disorganized. And now it does look like maybe a little bit more of a pocket of stronger winds maybe forming here near Deepwater in Missouri. Not seeing anything else that's too explicit in terms of what's going on here, but this is probably just a bunch of really high winds and very heavy rain falling. So just not a time you want to be outside or driving in this is what I would say. Driving conditions would be pretty dangerous as this approaches Highway 65 going north-south and 54 going east-west. All right, take another look up here and see if anything is ongoing in Minnesota. We don't have any warnings up here, but we have a bunch of cells that have some broad rotation, some broad rotation associated with them. But again, I think once we get to sundown, this threat will fall off pretty hard. So let's see if we get any more tornado warnings up here, but I'm not thinking too much on that at the moment. I think we'll see this mostly start to fall off, but one more burst from any of these storms, we could see something wrap up, and I'll have eyes on that the moment that happens. So let's go back down to Oklahoma now that these supercells are really establishing who's dominant here. So once again, we just had that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning pop up. That is almost includes Tulsa. Pretty much to the north and west of Tulsa is where this goes for golf ball size hail. And 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So considerable severe thunderstorm warning is a middle tier severe thunderstorm warning. Does look like this is taking aim for the northern half of the Tulsa metro as well. I've got too much radar data here, but I just want to show that over the last few scans, you can see that hail threat continue. Begins to move off a little bit more to the east-northeast rather than due east. If we see this storm start to deviate more to the east and maybe even take a little bit of a southeast turn, that's when I'll become concerned with a tornado threat. So watching the exact path of a storm also really helps to determine what near-term hazard we might see. So this one down here near Seminole is now entering the city. Does look like it's managed to take enough of a north and east track to maybe drop some hail right here, very close to the town or the city there. And the right mover here is still also a hailstorm in general as it passes to the south. So we might see a little bit of a clip of this hailstorm right here in Seminole in Oklahoma. And interestingly enough, the supercell that was ongoing to the west here has actually started to fall apart. This could be the reason for this could be a shower developing to the south of it. This could be raining on some of its inflow and stabilizing it. But since there's so many storms in this general area here, something could actually merge together all from one of these, or all into one of these from all those separate showers. That could be something we have to look out for as well. Don't know about that yet, but we'll see. Okay. So, as we go into the evening here, let's take another look at the latest model runs and see if we've got something more to look at here. We can look at some trends since the storms are just starting to form and see what the latest model runs think here on Radar Omega. If we'll get anything in particular, anything different. So this is from an hour ago. This model run from an hour ago still thinks that widespread coverage is really going to fill in all the way through southeast Kansas, Joplin, Missouri. You can see it there. Overall, maybe the severe threat is a little bit less in terms of coverage, though, as we go through the evening. So 10, 11 p.m. Central. Almost looks like it's a little bit less, and especially in southeast Kansas. Maybe not as many strong storms fire in that region that would move through the Joplin area in particular. But what we can start to grasp, I think, from this model run in particular is that after a while, pretty much two separate storm systems are forming here and staying together. So we have one mesoscale convective system down here, and we also have another one up here that both will start moving generally south-southeast and become less severe as we get into the night. So I think we're going to see these come together like this. And then if we play that through, yeah, you can kind of see the north one just fall apart as it goes into Arkansas. And the south one has a couple of downpours remaining, maybe in southwest Arkansas, but by the time it gets to the early morning hours, there could still be some sporadic heavy rain with this, but I think the primary severe threat would be well over by that point. So that's what we're looking at down there. So this is the wind outlook from the Storm Prediction Center in the red there. Overall, the outlook looks like this in those familiar colors. Yeah, you can see it starting up there. Much more widespread severe coverage about an hour from now is expected. So the stream would be pretty active with a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings going on. So with that information, you got to be able to find yourself on a map so you can know what's going to happen. Jefferson City doesn't look like it's going to get much of anything from those storms if they consolidate and move south-southeast. Meanwhile, the Twin Cities will get in on a couple of rounds of possibly heavy rain. At the moment, I heard some of the rain pattering on the window here in the South Metro. But the severe threat looks to be much less concerning. Maybe a couple of strong storms that could have some damaging wind gusts in particular up there or up here. So there you go. And this is the actual radar loops that we can see these storms on a national level. They'll generally be the trend. You can see these storms exiting the slight risk area and kind of not looking as mean as they did previously. Once they get out of the best conditions, and also once it's after sundown and they lose all their fuel over here on approach to northeastern Missouri. That's why that slight risk kind of just ends there. Yeah, overall, not too bad of a severe weather event for especially the northern half of this in the Midwest. But I think that as storms fill in down here, that'll be our primary cause for concern. I think there is a chance for multiple tornado warnings to occur tonight in northeast Oklahoma in particular. So that's why I will continue to watch this closely. None have occurred yet in Oklahoma. No tornadoes today in Oklahoma yet, but it is possible. It is possible, especially till maybe about 9 to 9:30 p.m. Central. I think over the next 3 hours would be my guess at the best conditions for tornadic storms if they do occur. We don't have a high end outlook for them or anything, but the possibility is definitely there and noted by the Storm Prediction Center. So we will be here for that. So what's going on with you guys in the chat? I see all the reports coming in and asking about areas, of course. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. No, we won't have a derecho today. We don't quite have the necessary instability for that. You'd need like that super hot and humid environment in place. It is pretty humid out here, but overall I don't think we quite have we don't have quite the correct parameters for a very high and damaging windstorm. Northwest Arkansas will be after midnight Central Time. Not expected to be as severe as the remainder of the evening. Right. Look at this storm from multiple different tilts of the radars. We can see all the way up through each slice of the storm in the atmosphere. Not seeing anything in particular with this, but again, I think that rotation could be starting up with any of these over the next hour. Really watching these two in particular that have been the most dominant here in our possibly tornadic environment, both headed to the north part of the Tulsa Metro and off to the south of it. Probably will get pretty close to the Bixby area from the southern cell. These ones down here, I think, are much more of a hail threat at the moment, especially because we've had that split. The splitting supercells are very unlikely to produce tornadoes, as the dynamics needed for a split are much more inclined to produce hail rather than a tornado in the near term here. So I don't think we'll quite see a near-term tornado threat with this down here as it goes towards I-40 near Seminole and also off to the east towards Holdenville and Hughes County here in Oklahoma. So really just waiting to see what happens here. But these storms are going to get pretty close to Tulsa. Again, after 7 p.m. Stormiest hour starts 7 p.m. That was a pretty good nowcast a couple hours ago upon starting this stream, or an hour ago starting this stream. It's looking decent there so far. I do appreciate you guys being here, by the way. Hopefully, my messaging and so forth was enough to alert you to the possibility of this stream in time. Yeah, definitely one of the best things about today is drought busting rain for a lot of the Midwest. A lot of the Western Midwest in particular, I should say. Got some strong winds over there in the mid Atlantic, Philadelphia. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, there wasn't, I don't think it was ever really projected to get too far inland into western North Carolina. There's a pretty good consistency on the track of Ophelia. Central Missouri should be okay. Really, this storm system over here in western Missouri is going to track more towards the southeast, towards Lebanon, Springfield. You guys will get in on the damaging winds in the late evening to pretty much maybe around 11 p.m. to midnight. Might be closer to your stormiest hour. Nope, no tornado watches today. I was expecting a couple actually, but most of the conditions have not been met for a tornado watch well ahead of time. I think any tornadic activity that does occur will be, we'll realize it right in the near term. Illinois is fine. Yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to the snow too. I don't know how many of you guys are looking forward to snow or not. Maybe a lot of you are because you guys just eat those winter outlook videos up, don't you? But I like snow at the start of the season, but since I'm up here in Minnesota, after 4 or 5 months, it really gets old. It really gets old. Yeah, we just went over Joplin, not 5-10 minutes ago or so. I know people filter in and out, but um, I want to make sure I save my voice once the severe weather gets very condensed. There's a lot of warnings to cover at the same time, so a lot to talk about. I might lose it more quickly if I'm not careful. Snow does generally equal no tornadoes. Almost always. Love the snow. Awesome snow. New York City, you didn't get any last year. That is true. That was very anomalous. I don't know if we'll see. I don't know if we'll see that happen again. That was a very anomalous season for you guys in the Northeast. Done that with the Minnesota Winners, yeah, for sure. Preemptive messages and the live notification, good to hear. No snow. No snow desired, huh? Yeah, if you live in the Southeast in particular to avoid the snow. A lot of you've probably seen that one clip circulating where it looks like there's that tornado, that funnel cloud with the snowy mountains in the background, but it's actually well in front of the mountains, so it's not. It's in a rather moist, humid environment. Nowhere close to the snow. That one got a lot of people. It is kind of frustrating to watch videos like that circulate with misinformation. Be like, actually, no, that's not what's happening. Just in case you did see that one, that was in Montana. Right, really watching this one closely. The one to the south of the Tulsa Metro. This one has my attention because we've got a couple of showers developing and moving into the main updraft here, the strongest area of rising air, and thus the where all the hail and the heavy rain is falling. So because this shower is forming and moving into it, that is a bit of a merger there, and it can actually cause very quick change in the hazards present with it. So I am watching this one most closely as it stands. But for now, the rest of these look like hailstorms. If for some reason you guys aren't subscribed yet, you should sub to the channel too. I think we're about to hit at 180,000. Pretty significant number. I appreciate all of you. Since Oklahoma seems to have our attention grasped, let's actually bring up multiple Oklahoma radars here. Yeah, I'll go ahead and bring this one down. Take a look at it from the Oklahoma City radar, so we have multiple radar sites to look at. And yeah, there's definitely rotation ongoing here with this this supercell that's split. So very interesting. I am not sure what that is. extremely long boundary here. Wow, I wonder where that came from. Let's take a look at that. This boundary is extremely long. I want to see where this came from. So I'm going to download more radar data so we can play the loop back. What is going on here? This has kind of just been a stationary boundary, it looks like. It's kind of just stayed in the same spot. And now this supercell is traveling right over top of it. How unique. Maybe this was a... So there's a few of them. This could be a very long roll cloud, actually, which is interesting. Could be a gravity wave. So now this supercell is heading right over top of this very long boundary, and it does look like it's rotating right behind it. Kind of fascinating. Curious to see what exactly happens with this interaction right here. Boundaries can do some very funky things in a very short time span as well, so I'm going to watch this one closely. This is to the south of Seminole in Oklahoma. So entering southern Seminole County. We'll have eyes on this just to see what happens. It does look very fascinating. Go up in height. We can't really see the rotation where we would expect this part of the storm to be rotating the low levels. So this is our best look at it. Keep an eye on this over the next few minutes. No, this can't be a cold front. The cold front is probably moving north to south, somewhere back in this vicinity. I'd have to look at the actual observations. But this is the wrong orientation. I guess this is either a gravity wave or maybe just a remnant boundary from any earlier storms, and it's kind of just sat here in the same spot. And now we've got some supercells going over it. So this is where stuff gets interesting. Hopefully nothing happens, but you know, if we see an intensification of any rotation, then we have an idea as to why it occurred. So yeah, this is the result of a splitting supercell. If we play this back, you can see the storm split into two. Now it has a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on it for golf ball size hail. So there's that split into two. The left storm is a hailstorm that moves off to the east-northeast. This right storm has taken that dip to the southeast that I was talking about with the storms closer to Tulsa. That would be a cause for concern. I wish they would have maybe a little bit higher density of radar scanning times in the low levels here, but we don't have that VCP on this radar yet. Psst, put it on. Are you watching my stream? Put it on. Let's get some more radar data. All right, so let's head up to our... oh, wow, they actually just... Fascinating. So they updated this one to considerable, and then they've gone ahead and warned the entire progression of the left split supercell. This is interesting from the National Weather Service to put this severe thunderstorm warning in red so far out ahead, all the way up to Okmulgee and Henrietta, because they expect this left split to persist for quite some time in an environment that's pretty healthy for a supercell. So we'll have a hailstorm, I guess, moving for quite some time here. So this shower has really intensified and is now becoming the main updraft. Really, really fascinating case here, south of Tulsa. Look at this. So this was the main supercell. I was talking about this shower developing just southwest of it right here, and how it would merge together. But actually, instead of merging, it's kind of become the dominant updraft. So you see a bunch of hail with it now, whereas the previous main updraft is now starting to maybe fall apart a little bit. So rather than a merger, we've actually just had a maybe a cannibalistic updraft there. Cannibal storms. They're just eating each other up. And this one headed to the north of Tulsa, the northern metro, is definitely much more disorganized now. What an interesting shape to it. It might have even, this might even be a little bit of a split. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here, but it's not healthy to the supercell. I can say that much. It looks like it's become disorganized. So hopefully that continues to be the case with this as it approaches the metro. All right, so no tornado threat yet with these storms. Definitely looking pretty healthy, entering our enhanced risk area. Now let's head up through the rest of our enhanced risk area. You can see some of these storms starting to pop up. We have a shower, a couple showers back here in southeast Kansas, near Toronto, Kansas. And we saw Toronto, South Dakota, Toronto, Kansas. All the Torontos. So this is going to be part of what fills in our storm gap here. We also have several out in front here in the southeastern corner of Kansas as well, starting up here, and I think those are generally going to intensify like we saw in the models. Oh, it's near Kingfisher. Is that the cold front? Yeah, I mean, I just need to look at surface observations, and I don't have those up. And now I do. And indeed, the cold front is in northwest Oklahoma right now. Yeah, that looks correct. A little bit of a wind shift over there. And generally drier air filtering in behind it. So yeah, it is over there in northwest Oklahoma. So we can see the cold front. See that cold front. Is that a little far south? Nah, it looks right. So yeah, this is the cold front right here. So it's sagging to the south and west, right along I-40 actually. There's your cold front. Look at that. The winds ahead of the cold front are actually from the south here, and then right behind it we have northeasterlies going this direction. It's a little bit of an interesting shift right there. Still watching this as it interacts with this boundary, intersects with that boundary we were watching. Nothing conclusive yet to the south and west of Seminole here. I think we have a little bit longer to go before that boundary primarily begins to interact with whatever's occurring here. Not sure what will happen off to the east of it, or whether the boundary itself will support the best chance at maybe spinning something up here. Okay, so let's go over to Missouri. See what's happening over here. There's a lot of interesting radar returns. We don't have that great of a look. We'll have to look at two different radar sites here to try to understand what's happening, but this is a bunch of pocketed velocity. This is not a legitimate velocity signature over here near Tiffin. But it does look the part on reflectivity for having some sort of structure to it that we should be paying attention to. But this, I don't think, is actually rotating over here. At least not how the radar suggests it is. Let's take a look at it from the Springfield radar to double check. Verify what we're looking at. Iowa looks okay. I think Iowa, for the most part, is doing all right. All that cold air in place. Oh, what an interesting storm. Yeah, this is From looking at this as best I can, I think this is not legitimate, but it definitely looks weird. The earlier storms in Iowa put down too much cold air, I think, for a severe threat to be maximized over there. So I'm not too concerned with Iowa. The storms are forming. A lot of pockets of some heavier rain forming in Iowa, but I'm not too sure it'll consolidate into a significant severe threat as it stands. We'll take a look at it occasionally through the night, though, to see if that changes through the early night. Guess I'll keep an eye on this. This is in a little bit of a radar hole, and from my best look at this, I don't think this is a legitimate rotation here in western Missouri. But this is the better part of that storm system that we saw developing on the models, and also for a while now. I thought that the storms moving into this from the south and west were going to consolidate into this, and I think this will generally continue off to the south-southeast and actually impact Springfield and up I-44 towards Lebanon, perhaps. So these storms will make their way down to Springfield as an MCS, or a mesoscale convective system, which means basically a giant bag of wind and rain, and maybe some small hail. That's what I'm expecting with this. So it'll take a couple hours, maybe a few hours to get down to Springfield, but it will make its merry way down there. That's what I'm seeing here. I do think that's the most likely case. All right, so let's go back up north here. Nothing has happened up here. No warnings have come through, so looking okay. Again, once we get further into sundown, I think all these storms up here will lose their oomph rather quickly, but there may be something sneaky that happens right before that, so still have this radar site up just in case. Bring it up over here to eastern Minnesota, see what's happening now. Anything is occurring over here. The remnants of our heavier rain, the leading edge of this big blob of rain, are getting close to Eau Claire, but not really holding together all that well. Looks like a couple of downpours are all that will be realized over there. Yeah, all this heavy rain is filling in back here, and will go over the Twin Cities metro. We bring it down here to Iowa and see that's mostly the same case due to the cold air. Most of these storms are just going to be these tiny looking cells for a while. So Iowa feels good over here. Really feels like they were spared from a severe weather day thanks to those morning storms in particular. Feeling okay about Iowa. So let's go look at the latest radar data now in Oklahoma. Pay attention to a couple of our storms that are doing some fascinating stuff at the moment. So this one again south of Seminole, waiting to see how this boundary interaction progresses with this part of the storm. There's golf ball size hail reported with it. So even though it doesn't look like there's this deep hail core, lots of pinks in here, there's still up to golf balls being reported here. So the reflectivity values don't necessarily correspond to hail size, actually. You can get really intense looking hail cores in pinks and purples that actually only have a bunch of small hail falling, like a hail blizzard. So still a couple more scans, I think, to see what this one ends up doing. So let's look at the Tulsa radar, see what's going on over there. Nothing in particular. Big old hailstorm. Well to the south of the Tulsa metro. I think this one has just been upgraded to golf ball size hail, yeah. So this is generally traveling to the south of the metro. We have all these severe thunderstorms just moving right into Tulsa, so it does look like it's going to be pretty stormy in Tulsa. But nothing in particular looks incredibly directly dangerous. Just looks like something to be inside for as it stands. But all these severe thunderstorm warnings are starting to fill in the metro here, especially from the west. That's a look at a current look at Tulsa. It's a mess. All these severe thunderstorm warnings in red. Very messy. What determines how big hail is? Generally, how long the hailstone stays in the cloud. So as the hail is being propped up by the rising air in the cloud, a bunch of other ice particles are attaching to it and generally continuing to form a larger and larger hailstone until it gets too heavy and falls out or gets chucked out of the storm by any gusts that occur in the cloud. Let's look. We're at about 7 p.m. And yeah, this is definitely a different story than what we were looking at a couple hours ago, which was nothing. So this is following the predicted model trend rather nicely, I would say. I think that our window for tornadoes is over the next couple hours in particular, especially with these storms in northeast Oklahoma. Dusty air. Dust can actually serve as a particle needed to start a hailstone. Call that an embryo. That's possible, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they could be larger or smaller. That's more dependent on the updraft of the storm in particular. And updrafts can be impacted in strength by drier air rather than wetter air, but also if the air is too humid, it could also impact the updraft quite a bit. So it's all a delicate balance, so to speak, in terms of getting optimal hailstone sizes, optimizing your hailstone growth. All right, how's it going for everybody dealing with the remnants of the tropical storm here, soon to be tropical depression, Ophelia? Basically, the worst of all of the rain and flooding is going on in the Richmond metro. So I'm interested to hear any updates there. Does look like still another band of heavier rain is approaching from the south. So pretty much all the heaviest rain is going to fall right over the Richmond area in Virginia. Be concentrated like that for quite a few hours since it's already been happening for a couple now. Yes, I did see that in Iowa around 6 p.m. last night. I did. Very brief, very weak, ropey tornado. Was down was downgraded. Okay, good. Must have been a recent update. Or maybe not. Never trust chat. I just don't have the page open right now. Again, I think the main concern there is flooding rather than the difference in a couple of mile-per-hour winds expected. It is a mess in Richmond. Thank you for the report. Don't drive in it if you can. Don't drive in it if you can. All right, let's go back. Let's do Missouri. We haven't looked at this in a while since the storm is misbehaving on radar at the moment with a bunch of side lobe contamination and all sorts of fun stuff. So I'm waiting to see
A new tornado warning has been issued.
when we can get a legitimate signature on this, but they went ahead and issued a warning for it anyways. I see. Okay, let's check it from the St. Louis radar, or St. Louis, the Kansas City radar, so that we can see what exactly they're warning. Cause I don't know how you're getting a legitimate signature out of this. I guess it's concerning enough, far away from enough from these radar sites to issue a bit of a preventative warning here. So your area of rotation is kind of nondescript, but it encompasses maybe this whole area here. I don't really see any tight rotation in this because it doesn't look legitimate. But we do have a rotating storm within this mess, and there's your tornado warning for it. Oh yeah, oop. Let's go ahead and take a look at Missouri. So that oop. I mean, I had eyes on this area. I just, I would have hesitated. I mean, a tornado warning is fine for this. It just looks a little bit nondescript, and we are trying to steer towards a better false alarm ratio. So, trying to understand this area as best I can. I just don't think we have a good look at it from a radar site. But if there is any in-ground reports coming in from maybe Roscoe here in St. Clair County in Missouri, that would give me a better idea as to why this could be warned. But yeah, right in here is your suspect rotation. Sus rotation right in here. And they've went ahead and just given it a box warning, despite its pretty evident pathing to the southeast, which would take it out of the warning not too far from now. So yeah, it looks like generally the broad area of rotation that could be doing something at the surface is moving a little bit more to the south and east. We have this box warning in place here in the pink for a tornado warning, but if they decide to continue this warning based on what it looks like, I imagine it would go down closer to Humansville and that area. So y'all watch out ahead of time in case that tornado warning is extended. I would say this is a preventative warning because we don't have solid radar evidence on this at the moment. But yeah, go ahead and y'all watch out ahead of time for this, as this warning is only in St. Clair County, but I could see it going down towards Polk and northeastern Cedar County. Quite the interesting, very interesting radar presentation of this storm. We go up in height a little bit. We can see why that tornado warning was issued. This gives us a less contaminated look at this storm. So you can see that consistency with height. Different scans of the storm, maybe 2 miles up, look like this. And you can see some spin here that looks a lot more legitimate, especially if we co-locate it here with the rest of the storm at the same height. This definitely looks like a rotating part of the storm. So it does lend credibility to the tornado warning we have now for the storm. So let's see how that continues with the newest scan. It looks like heck, is what I'll say. So yeah, we have a mesocyclone as we go up in the atmosphere. That'll help us doubly confirm why we have a warning on this. So y'all watch out here. In this tornado warning, since we've been broadcasting no warnings for the last 2 hours, this is a good time to remind you that a tornado warning, what to do in one is to take shelter in the interior most room of your house or a basement if you have it. That will be the best case when you can put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So, quick update for those who may be filtering in St. Clair County. If you know anyone in Osceola or Osceola here, Roscoe and Vista, the Missouri pronunciation there. Good time to let them know what's going on if they haven't already gotten it. Actually, let them know anyways, because if they do get a warning on their phone, they're like, that's the third one I've gotten in the last couple years, and the other two didn't do nothing. Well, if you call them up, then that's one more stimulus they have to be like, oh, well, why is so-and-so calling me up about this in particular? You know, like, maybe I'll think about it one more time, and that is really important. So we do a lot, you and I, together through these streams. Do that first and foremost. Newest radar scan, contaminated as heck, but we can see a little bit of the structure of the storm that may be starting to come together here. Perhaps a rear flank downdraft surge here, surge of the gust front down south here, and this could actually maybe connect a little bit with the upper level mesocyclone, the rotating part of the storm right here. So I'm watching this closely. Again, we don't have a good radar site that would show me the orientation of this gust front surge, but I'm doing the best I can to interpolate what's happening here, and I think that may be the case. It almost looks like one giant supercell in there, doesn't it? And that's not out of the question. Osceola, thank you. Thank you, good day. Watching here in western Missouri, for anyone just joining here in St. Clair counties where we're watching. That's an update on the tornado warning there that was just issued. Let's go back to Oklahoma since we've got a couple of new radar scans to look at down there. Let's look at all of them. How about all of them? All of these supercells in eastern Oklahoma now, primarily, are approaching the Tulsa area. It's getting really stormy here. In fact, this one's kind of blown up here. I think this is a left split of the supercell down here. We've actually had a little bit of a split, and as a result, we actually have some dime-sized hail falling in Jinx. It's moved through Jinx and is headed towards Alsuma in the Tulsa metro. We still have those supercells approaching from the west, so it may get a little confusing here if there's a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings issued in the Tulsa metro area. Go ahead and clarify which one's which and what's doing what, and what's coming up essentially. So that's a look at the Tulsa ones. I'm not seeing any tight rotation on any of these right now, so that's good news. But we'll monitor them as they come together here because I do think the tornado probabilities are at their highest, which is not very high, at their highest over the next couple hours or so. Yeah, right, Frank? Right? All right, let's go. Let's look at, and then let's take one look at our other severe thunderstorm down here, which has got quite a bit of hail with it now, especially more golf ball size hail reports. Down here to the south of Bow Legs in Oklahoma. It's headed towards Sasakwa and Allen. From what I can see of this, that boundary interaction did not really do anything in particular that I can see. We take a brief look at all of these, all the evidence here. Perhaps something could have happened here. Probably biological signatures. Going up in height, this doesn't really have a strong mesocyclone that I can see yet on this radar. So it looks okay. Looks okay so far. Severe warn currently, no tornado warning on this, but it is rotating in the lower levels. I can tell that. We have rotation generally right in here with these reds and greens. And it is a powerful storm. You can see that hail core, maybe a secondary updraft kind of spitting down in this part of the storm. We have primary updraft up here where the tornado would be attached to it. If there were one to occur, it would be right in that vicinity. But a couple of different large hail reports here. In fact, this one was upgraded to a 2-inch hailstone. I saw that darker red hail indicator there, and I thought it was much larger. We do have tennis ball size hail falling in this storm now. Two and a quarter inch hail falling near Beggs and Preston and Winchester here, south of the Tulsa metro. So that storm is maybe splitting more than one time. Look at that. Man, this storm is really unique. Oh yeah, you could see the split clearly right back here. I wasn't watching this closely enough, but near Kellyville, we had that left split. That's going up all the way through Broken Arrow now over the next few minutes. So there's your hailstorm moving through Broken Arrow, a left split supercell. That's about to go over the suburbs there. And your right split down here might even be attempting to split again with this storm right here, and then the right split would come down this way. But this one is actually producing 2 1/4 inch hail, which is not going to get it upgraded to destructive, but this one down here is going to get upgraded to a destructive warning. And that is going to be for let's see, probably baseball size hail with the storm down here. So yeah, they've gone ahead and upgraded this to baseball size hail, approaching Sasakwa in particular. Here in Oklahoma, it should stay to the north of Ada quite a bit, but it will be in northeastern Pontotoc County. So pretty significant hail is starting to fall with all these supercells as they move through eastern Oklahoma. Right. So let's go back to our tornado warning in St. Clair County in Missouri. Still looks as crappy as ever. Hard to diagnose on the radar, but one thing that did happen is what I just mentioned with that filling in of the rear flank gust front surge. I think that's definitely looking much better right in here over Roscoe in Missouri. And I do think if there is another tornado warning issued with this, that it should go further to the south and east towards Woblo, Collins, and Humansville. Woblo in Missouri. So that would approach northwestern Polk County, southwestern Hickory County, and northeastern Cedar County in Missouri. I do think if there is another warning issued, it should go this further down this direction with the expected track of the rotating part of the storm. However, there may be some erratic movement with this as it wraps up. It could actually just kind of stall out. That is another possibility. So please be taking shelter in St. Clair County as the tornado warning polygon in the pink there suggests. So we're pretty close to seeing a continuation of this warning, seeing what they do with it. There from National Weather Service Springfield is the one issuing warnings for this. No, Iowa, I think Iowa will be fine. I think all the cold air from the earlier storms in Iowa have prevented most of the severe weather that could occur up there in the evening. We'll watch it, but I don't think so. Duluth is fine. Pay attention to the Storm Prediction Center. 3-inch hail, so we're past baseball size hail for that. Severe destructive. Thank you. What's up, Ann? Welcome, welcome. Right. Again, things I think will be most interesting, most significant over the next couple hours for these storms that we're watching. Again, we can't really tell what's going on here in this tornado warning storm in St. Clair County in Missouri because the radar is unfortunately too contaminated. Both radars are too contaminated, and they're approaching the storm really on the same angle, unfortunately. So it's really tough to get a good look at what's happening here. We have a tornado warning in place to as a preventative measure, make sure people are aware of the storm as best as possible and taking shelter, since it's a good idea to do so. We'll see if it is extended off to the south and east. All right, let's go through our Oklahoma storms once more. Very, very healthy supercell here in this destructive warning, which is the upper tier for destructive hail and or winds. In this case, there are some pretty strong winds, but also the primary threat here is up to 3-inch hailstones, which are enough to shatter your windshield, going down Highway 377 right now between Bowlegs and Bing, Ada. Generally heading over towards Allen, Sasakwa, and Spalding in Oklahoma. The bright green box is flash flood warning. Tornado threat should be over the next couple hours primarily. Norman might get a severe thunderstorm. It is looking less likely that one pops up over the Oklahoma City metro, but the cold front is approaching you guys from the north and west. It's right back here. You can see it on the radar. So generally, this is moving pretty much a little bit to the south. This side of it sagging to the south and coming in from the northwest on this part. So southeasterly movement. Once that cold front passes over you, you're good for severe. There won't be any more severe weather generally in your area. All right, so let's take another look at this, which I think this storm is trying to develop a legitimate mesocyclone here near Beggs and Preston. It might be contamination, though, because it's only on one frame. So I'll give it another frame just to see if that's the case. We can also look at it from the Tulsa radar. Go up a little bit in height just to see. It does have a little bit of a hook on it. So I think it's on its way to trying something funny here. I'll be watching this one pretty closely in as it approaches Preston here in Oklahoma. This is to the south of the Tulsa metro. The rest of the Tulsa metro is dealing with what I've been talking about. Near Broken Arrow, we got that small hail filtering through, I think, half-inch hail, probably falling in the suburbs here. Here, Alsuma and Broken Arrow. But that's just that left split. Again, pretty much the only threat with that will be hail. And then over here, again, all these storms are filtering from the west of Tulsa. So for a while, we're going to see, we might even see a flash flood threat developing here in Tulsa. And that's true because the Weather Prediction Center, WPC, actually has a moderate risk for flash flooding here. And I think that's going to be realized right over Tulsa, unfortunately. You can see this one supercell now traveling through, dropping a bunch of heavy rain and also some light hail. And then you got more behind it and more storms forming behind that as well. So I think we're going to see some flash flooding concerns, unfortunately, in and around Tulsa, starting now and continuing over the next couple hours. But none of them have a significant area of rotation yet. So now we have that 3-inch hailstone reported south of Bow Lake Seminole. So definitely 3-inch hail is verifying here in this destructive warn storm on approach to Allen and Gertie and Calvin. So very large hail. This is enough to do damage to like sidings of houses and so forth. So it's important that you are inside and away from windows and glass in general from these storms in this area. Should pass south of Holdenville, but spare hailstones may find their way in odd parts of the storm. So just generally advise everybody in the destructive severe warning right here to be inside and away from windows. It's looking good so far down there, besides the hail. No no near-term tornado threat that I'm seeing yet, but I am watching the cell near Preston and Biggs, just in case that signature remains on the next few scans that we can see. Of course, now we can't see it at all in the range folding area, but it's just what we expect. So let's go back to our tornado warning. Hasn't been continued. We have a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of where we would have seen the continuation of that tornado warning, so I suppose that they may not continue it right now as they're covering it with a likely a tornado possible. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning. So this has a tornado possible tag out in front of it for Humansville over to Hermitage and woe below in Missouri. And for anybody questioning the legitimacy of it, we were able to diagnose that if you go up in height in this storm, you can actually see the rotating part of the storm in particular. So it is a decent tornado warning. You can see there is a consistent mesocyclone or rotating part of the storm with it. persisting for quite a bit of time here. So this is an apt tornado warning with support from looking higher up in the storm. Since the lower parts are kind of just this, it's just a bunch of nonsensical data with spikes and pokes and so forth everywhere. This is not really telling of anything in particular. But we can see that the storm is rotating aloft much better. Wablo, thank you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they did go ahead and extend that into only Hickory County, but I think it should go a little bit. Well, looking at the latest trends, you can see that surge actually has pushed it more to the east. So initially, we saw that surge and the continuation of the circulation to the southeast, and even aloft the mesocyclone moving to the southeast. But I think we're actually going to see that new warning now. It only includes Hickory County, so I don't see it going much further south than the edge of the county. There it is, right there. Pretty good guess at that. So just like we've been talking about, Collins, Wablo, and just off of Humansville and Elkton now are in the continuation of this tornado warning. Yeah, I was back and forth on it, but I think with that mesocyclone support aloft, we definitely see a viable case for continuing this warning. Still waiting on these storms to fill in southeastern Kansas. They've done a really poor job, which was captured a little bit on the latest model trends. Most of the storm coverage in the in between here of our primary storm systems ongoing has remained a little bit. What's a good word for it? Skeletal, or not really, not really significant. As significant as these other storms that are ongoing. Latest model runs have been seemingly having a good grasp on that, but I still think that we'll see overall development of these and intensification into severe storms as they approach pretty much Joplin, Carthage, and the northeastern corner of Oklahoma. So you guys are not out of the severe threat yet, for sure. Still got storms ramping up as they get closer to your area. Generally, hail is much more efficiently formed in a rotating thunderstorm, yeah. The reason why is you have a broader area of rising air that can kind of keep hail in the center of it much better. So if it just kind of gets relocated to the center of the circulating air rather than one updraft that kind of just goes blue, it would just kind of yeet the hail all over the place. But when it's rotating in the center of it, it can kind of keep it suspended a little better. Just thinking about it physically. So that'll be the progression of our storm here again. Really looking at this one, aloft more so than closer to the surface to get a better idea what's going on here. All right. So let's do one more quick look up north. Again, basically what I'm thinking would happen in Iowa is happening, which is not very much. So all that cold air has prevented these storms from really taking off. Continues to be the case up here. Bring it up to the Twin Cities to see how much rain we're getting up here, and then we'll go back down to Oklahoma. Yeah, a bunch of this heavy rain is generally heading towards the Twin Cities metro. It's not looking too significant, though, in terms of severe weather. So the trend continues up here. Looks like we will get some drought-busted rain, and that's good news. Okay, so back south in Oklahoma here. Let's take a look at what we got. And immediately on returning to the Tulsa radar, I can see that our storm, our left split supercell that's passed through Broken Arrow, has on approach to Fair Oaks really developed a solid downburst. Right next to the radar, we can see very, very high winds right here in the teals showing up there near Fair Oaks, about to head right into Fair Oaks, I would say. These are 60-mile-an-hour winds that are only about a few hundred feet above the surface, so they're easily translating down. And this can do a little bit, just a little bit of property damage with this significant of a burst of winds, I would say. So be ready for that. It's probably just about getting on there in Fair Oaks, and it's going to go right over Highway 412 as it passes off to the east-northeast. So you can see that here. Generally going to move right over Highway 412, east of Catoosa, and right over Fair Oaks. So this is a downburst waiting to happen and cause zero visibility for a little bit for anybody driving there. Would not want to be driving in that. So be ready for that. Local downburst, maybe even as intense as a microburst, moving right over the suburbs there. All right, so everything else through Tulsa looks a little bit disorganized at the moment. Still looking at that flash flooding threat developing here, and our storm down near Biggs and Preston not really consolidating into anything with a significant rotation. So we go back down south, north of Ada in Oklahoma, in Pontotoc County, looking over here to the south and east of Oklahoma City. The storm is still warned for 3-inch hail. Does still look like it's pretty healthy and supporting a very large hail with it. But it's taken its sweet time to move anywhere, really. You can see it's kind of actually stalled out a little bit, and you gotten a little fatter in the process here. The updraft is kind of just hanging out back here, and the rest of the storm is blowing forward in the upper levels. So it's fattening up a little bit here, getting larger. But generally, I think its threat is not over. Still doesn't look tornadic though, as far as I can tell. From Vertigris, thank you. Poplar Bluff is okay, yeah. Yep, I think if we don't see anything, I think if we don't see anything tornadic really come together over the next couple hours, we might not see any warnings down here in Oklahoma. Now I'm hoping for that to be the case, but I don't think we're even close to out of it yet. These storms are still intense, and generally over the next couple hours is when that low level jet is going to maximize. So we've been looking at the upper air, just the vertical wind profile in general here. Let me show you that again since we looked at this a couple times. Gonna mess up the right side of the screen. Don't pay attention to that. So we're looking at the vertical wind profile once more here from the Tulsa site. We can see the beginning of that low-level jet actually starting to accelerate. We have much more low-level shear here. That curvature is much better looking than it was earlier. And that means that we are seeing an increased chance for tornadoes. I think that we could see that there for sure. And you can still see the winds in the upper levels are actually blowing out of the northwest all the way down here in this quadrant. So that's why we see when we go back to the radar that all these supercells kind of have this shape to them where they go off to the south and east as you go up in height. So yeah, they kind of form with this updraft down here and then kind of get blown this way. Vertical wind profile tells us that rather directly. But no tornado warning so far in Oklahoma. Waiting to see if any of these complex storm interactions result in an area of tighter rotation, though. Definitely still possible. It's looking pretty there from Adam Lucio, but I think that's actually been frozen for a while. Have we been looking at the same thing there for a while? Oh yeah, his feed's been frozen. He's on the same road. There we go. That's the virtual railfan camera. We'll see if his feed's still up though coming back. A lot of chasers like to stop streaming once it gets to the dark time. Once it gets to the dark hours, but I think we'll still have plenty of storms to look at there. So that's unfortunate. Again, like I'd love to continue to pay the chasers for their feeds, but it may not be. They may not continue streaming for a while. So we have virtual railfan cameras in place as a result. I think that feed's been down for maybe 30, 45 minutes for anybody tracking time. Because I mean, like these storms still look amazing. I can see pictures of them. The supercells are incredible that are producing this really large hail. They're as impressive looking in person as you think they are. No, I don't think these storms will make it to St. Louis in any significant capacity. Appreciate that, Dents, there in Langley. All right, so let's take another look from the Tulsa radar, updated radar scan here. And the downburst looks a little bit less concerning here on approach to Gregory along Highway 412. Looks a little less intense than it was, but I still think it's putting down some pretty powerful winds as some outflow here. So still some strong, nearly blinding rain. Now exiting Fair Oaks and moving to the east. For the rest of our storms, large hail is falling, but I'm not seeing any rotation. So just something you don't want to be outside for. You don't want to get conked in the head by a 2-inch hailstone. Yeah, I think we're gonna see that flash flooding risk maybe start up here right near downtown Tulsa, with all these storms moving generally in the same direction. All right, so let's go back up to our active tornado warning, where we can still not see anything from the radar, but what we can see is a little bit more of we can see a little bit more of that southeasterly surge right here. This is probably the part of the storm, maybe with some more of the most intense winds at the moment. Play that back, we can generally see how fast this part of the storm is moving forward. So yeah, we have the rotating part of the storm right in here where that tornado warning is. And then this part of the storm is developing and maybe not quite moving south and east as fast yet, since it's just taken on all those showers. But as it's formed together here in unison, I think we should see some pretty intense winds in this part. Still a couple hours away from Springfield, but this generally will make it down to the Springfield vicinity in some form. And over here in southeast Kansas near Pittsburgh, finally some of these storms are starting to intensify and fill in the gap. It's taken them a while, but I still think we have a slight chance for some severe winds and some hail in the Joplin area as a result of these cells right here. For our tornado warning, even the upper levels are starting to become very messy. It's really hard to see where the rotating part of the storm is, but really far up, we can still see a semblance of broad rotation right in here. So we have to look really high up because the storm is just getting destroyed by aliasing issues in particular. So can't really tell where exactly the rotation is happening, but I believe this tornado warning up here will probably be allowed to expire. And if there is another one issued, it's probably going to be further south near the Humansville area. Again, I do think y'all should be sheltering for this storm. It is pretty severe. in nature, I think this is a decently powerful windstorm and some really heavy, possibly blinding rain associated with it. Yeah, Nick, I don't blame you for that. Would you have been in the northern mode? I think you said you were in the southern mode. Yeah, it's just as uh just as messy as expected, and also from all the latest model runs in the Tulsa area. Wall cloud? Probably not. This probably has a gnarly shelf cloud with it though. At this point, I just about bet if you're driving up to the north and west on Highway 13 or State Road 13 here that you're seeing a gnarly shelf cloud with this thing as you approach it. So yeah, generally this storm is going to move to the south and east. But it's pretty complex in nature. You can see it take on various shapes. But overall, the storm complex is moving south and east. Generally, looks like it's going to clip Springfield up through Lebanon over the next couple hours as it gets closer to I-44. Well, there was no MCS by eastern South Dakota, so looks like that was the place to be. And guess where that was? Very close to the low pressure center. How many nadir warnings during this stream? We've had 2. Before the stream, there were a couple of warnings and also confirmed tornadoes up in eastern South Dakota, but they were brief and weak, and I don't think they impacted anything, thankfully. And also in western Minnesota. Well, yeah, if there are football games, I'm glad I could be on a separate screen from that, so I don't have to deal with the fallout of that, because that is I've heard the horror stories. I do not want to be the meteorologist that breaks in on TV and gets 100 angry tweets for having to do coverage when there's a football game going. What is with those people, you know? They just want to watch their game, but man, they are toxic. Thankfully, I don't need to break into anything, and you can just have me up on the side. Yeah, I just talked about Pittsburgh, Kansas. Not but 5 seconds ago, I think. Okay, about 2 minutes. But the cell is just off to your north and west, I think, has yet to become severe. Yeah, I hope you're all having a nice rainy day as best you can in the southern New England area from the outer bands of Ophelia. Do let me know how that's going, if you care to. Let's see here. What is this? A little bit messy, a little bit tail contaminated, but this storm over here near Welika and Wetumpka is not too shabby. Not too shabby here. Bit stronger rotation here with this storm than we've seen in most cases so far today. So I'm watching this one here near Welika. Let's see if it's had a turn to the south and east. It does look like it's a right split supercell, or basically a right mover that developed off of a left split. That's super interesting. So this has the chance to become tornadic, I think. A brief chance here near Welika and Highway 75. So watching this one closely, it does have a little bit more of that easterly track to it. So let's see what becomes of this. This is some of the more intense rotation I've seen so far today. Still a little high up. We can look at it from multiple radar sites as well. Tulsa radar has a look at it from the north and east. And it looks a little broad. Can't really see very well where that rotation is evident from the Oklahoma City radar. But I do think that generally we have some rotation with this storm to watch. And it does have a massive hail core on it as well. So it is a menacing storm no matter how you slice it. For the rest of the Tulsa Metro, still watching these come through. I don't see anything in particular. One downburst now over Gregory and Enola. Just about to be over there, over Highway 412, making for some terrible driving conditions, but not doing too much else. Arkansas is looking okay. Basically, the northwestern tip of Arkansas is the only place that could see some damaging winds in a concentrated fashion. But beyond that, the severe threat is not going to extend east with each progressive day as we go forward, as we usually would see, and I'll show you why. Let's do a refresher on that. So here's a look at our weather maker from this site you usually see me looking at here in our forecast videos. Our weather maker is right now over southeastern and south central South Dakota. There it is right there. Our mini trough. It's our little small scale trough right here. Watch what happens as it approaches this block that sets up right here. This is just a blocking feature, and it kind of just rides along the periphery and dies out. That happens as it vertically stacks, occludes, and loses its intensity, essentially. So we have our severe threat in place today, all the way down from Oklahoma and up into Minnesota, as a result of this storm system right here. But that's not going to continue off to the east for the Midwest, the Great Lakes, and so forth tomorrow, because this thing just stalls out and falls apart. Thanks to the big old omega block right here. Looks like an omega. So I think that's rather atypical that we see the storm system blow through and then kind of fall apart. However, the cold front that it has will continue down to the south and bring some hailstorms to Dallas-Fort Worth tomorrow. So that's why you have a severe risk over there for hail in particular. So that's a good look at the reason why we're seeing what's happening. Thank you guys for becoming members if you have. I appreciate y'all. Welcome to the Thunder and Lightning crew. Now from the Tulsa radar, we could see the rotation showing up on the Wetumpka-Weleetka cell. So this is a much better look. A broad mesocyclone here, but definitely some organized rotation right here. And the beginning of our appendage showing up as well. A little bit of that hook from further away, over a mile above the surface. So if we come back to the Oklahoma City radar to see how it looks from this perspective, you can still see that rotation right in here, broad, but there. Proper supercell. Generally, I think it is moving due east more than it is moving east-northeast. So we'll see if it continues to take this easterly track. That will make it more tornadic. If it starts to shift off to the north, closer to Henrietta and Hoffman, then I think that tornado threat will go down with that storm in particular. So that's what I'm watching over there. Our storm-producing 3-inch hail has been downgraded to golf ball size hail, which is tough to say that's a real downgrade, but it's because that's still some pretty significant hail. But generally in the Allen, Atwood area, I think it's been downgraded because, again, it's been kind of stalling in that same spot over and over, which is generally going to lead to a weakening trend, as we observed. The boundary interaction earlier, interestingly enough, didn't do very much of anything, I think. But it was there for a while. You can see it just kind of, this north-south line just filtering into it. We didn't end up seeing that do anything in particular with the supercell that was observable on radar. All right, so let's go up to our tornado warning that is now expired. So hopefully my overlay here updates soon. There it is. Nice. Man, I just have the timing for these things. I don't know why. And I think that we're not going to see another tornado warning in this storm, probably for a good period of time. And the reason for that is it's not certain, but it's looking likely because you can see in recent scans here that the storm has begun to put out an outflow boundary, a gust front, the leading edge of the winds right here in this light green band in front of it. So you see that right there? That's the gust front. So all the winds are pushing outward up into that gust front out ahead of it, which means that air is going to have a much harder time getting into it. It's just going to be pushed up and over the boundary essentially, which means that no tornadoes for this part of the storm at least. And if that continues to extend off to the east here, then the part of the storm that was rotating right in here near Humansville would not have access to surface air and thus the ability to produce a tornado if that continues to be the case. However, this boundary can still kind of be absorbed into it and still act as an inflow channel, so that may still be occurring, but the good news is if this continues to progress outward, that will greatly reduce the chance for a tornado with this particular storm in Missouri. So that's good news for Springfield, Lebanon, as the storm moves off to the south and east. Generally looking in this area of Missouri. So now we have no tornado warnings left. Both of them that were issued were allowed to expire. Feeling good about that. Yeah, those are good cameras, Frank, if you're still paying attention. That was 30 minutes ago, but if you did put them in, I am happy to put them up since we don't have any chasers at the moment. Yeah, I just talked about Springfield later. I think you might have a delay. But yeah, this is generally the storms that are going to move into the Springfield to Lebanon corridor essentially over the next hour to hour and a half. The good news is as long as this stays the trend, stays the case for northeast Oklahoma over the next couple hours, if we don't see anything really develop out of this, the one cell that has my attention is here near Wetumpka and Wilika. Yeah, if we don't see any particular tornado threat in, I think within the next 90 minutes or so, it's looking unlikely to continue for too long. Now, there could still be enough instability in Oklahoma in particular, as this is where most of the most humid air of this storm system resides, that this storm system is interacting with. Most of the most humid air is in Oklahoma, so this could still continue a little further into the night in terms of a tornadic threat. But overall, for now, it is looking okay. It is looking okay so far. If we don't see that tornado threat in the next hour and a half or so. So I will be on for that period of time minimum to cover the storms as they move through these areas. And hopefully nothing happens through that point.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Interestingly enough, they went ahead and reissued it. So the second case there that I covered was the one that they think is occurring, where this outflow boundary is actually serving as an inflow channel right into here. I did see Hickory County in that, but also Polk County. So that outflow boundary is still possibly serving as an inflow channel right into the storm there, and our new warning will show up shortly. There it is. So I made sure to cover both possibilities here. This part of the storm remaining non-tornadic, but as it flows in, we could still see a concentrated area of rotation possible at the surface right in here. And it's too tough to tell on radar which case is actually occurring, especially because the velocities are not super close together. We have a little bit more broad rotation, so it's hard to tell if this is an inflow channel or if this is actually outflow here. I think the warning, though, from the National Weather Service is safe and warranted. So as this continues off through northern Polk County, northern half of Polk County in Missouri, it's a good idea to be taking shelter in the interior most room of your house or basement if you've got it. And the best thing about that is even if there is no tornado, there's probably some pretty damaging winds right here near Dunnigan that will head in the vicinity of Bolivar in Missouri. So this pocket of damaging winds here can still do, something that matches a weak tornado for a very localized area. And appropriately, just in case you need an update, we can go ahead and look at Radar Omega here and show you that from the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook. Here it is, still that enhanced risk in place for also including southeast Kansas and southwest Missouri, but trimmed a little bit here. But if we go ahead and look at the tornado probabilities in particular from the Storm Prediction Center, they haven't been updated yet. So this will be updated very soon. This outlook just came out, so give Radar Omega a minute here to show it. But essentially, I'll go ahead and Bolivar, thank you. I'll go ahead and spoil it for you. The tornado outlook is basically like this. So this is what it looks like. It's now been chopped down to only the southern mode, and there is no more tornado outlook all the way up through the Midwest here. So that's the case. We'll see that and be able to confirm that Iowa is looking fine, that Minnesota is fine, and so forth from the Storm Prediction Center. So I'll show that once it comes out so that you can have a visual representation of what we've been talking about and feel a little more comfortable. But with that in mind, we can also go ahead and take a look at the latest model runs just to also give you another visualization, even though this is not exactly what will happen. Another visualization that pretty much that southeast Kansas coverage of storms is really not looking too intense. And it's really the ones we have right now that are going to just progress through eastern Oklahoma and also through southwest Missouri. So maybe Joplin gets clipped by the western end of any new development that occurs with those storms we have there now, where our one tornado warning is. But as it stands, it does not look like we are on the worst side of the possibilities that could have occurred today, which is good. So hopefully we don't see those tornado warnings ramp up in those two storms that I'm looking at in particular right now. So let's take another look at those, thanks to Radar Omega. Again, this one near Walika rotation doesn't look as strong, but it definitely still has that supercellular look to it, supercellular shape. Possibly even another split ongoing, but right now I'll hesitate and say that it's more of a flying eagle shape. Still no intense rotation down here with our storm approaching Allen, Oklahoma, and Sasakwa with golf ball size hail. Thank you, Nefo. I appreciate it. Very much appreciated. You guys are helping me out, even with a stream that maybe doesn't reach as many people because the severe risk isn't as well communicated out ahead of time, so not as many people are aware or know that severe weather coverage is going on. Even those that so especially when that happens, those of you who are here now and are supporting like that are helping keep me going for sure. I honestly don't know why this stream is so much less than usual. Probably people didn't think there was a severe weather threat today. They didn't know because it is September. Maybe they aren't thinking about it as much, but I mean, this is a huge severe weather threat spanning like 7 states. So It's definitely one to take just as seriously, and not every one of them that I stream has to do everything, but I do stream certain risk thresholds to make sure that the right information is and reasoning is communicated. Poplar Bluff is fine. All right, so looking back through our Tulsa storms, this one is rather interesting since it does have some convergence right here, winds coming together. So I'm not sure what will happen with that area of interest. It's pretty unique though. Keep an eye on that. Still have some broad rotation down here with our Walika storm as well. Rest of the storms in and around Tulsa, though, aren't too significant besides probably quite a bit of lightning. Let me know how much lightning you're seeing over there. And maybe some damaging winds here. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything tornadic form up yet. Only rotating storm that's really concerning is down here near Walika for the near-term look at a tornado threat. So that's for the Tulsa area. Let's go back to our tornado warning. Can so difficult to see if this outflow boundary is actually choking off any chance for a tornado, but we do have that risk in place. I mean, personally, looking at this, because we've had garbled radar data for a while on this storm, I can't give a confident answer, but just eyeballing it, it does look like this gust front is not actually going to be too conducive for tornadoes. I think it'll actually lead to cutting off tornadoes more often than not. But there is still the very small. There is still the possibility that it's serving as an inflow channel right in here and being sucked into the storm. It looks unlikely though. It looks like this is all outflow. Just eyeballing it, I think that this part of the storm is all outflow and that the tornado threat may not be realized in here, but we'll see. Now, earlier, it definitely was. Back in St. Clair County, we definitely could have seen a tornado or two do damage briefly back there near Roscoe and Osceola or Osceola. Different states, different pronunciations for the same thing. So my best guess is that another tornado warning wouldn't be issued for this, but because we haven't had the clearest radar data, maybe it's worth another preventative warning. I've seen the photographs, yes. Spelled with a D. Again, our primary tornado activity will be over the next 60 to 90 minutes, if we do see any occurring here. I expect it to be at that point. How you guys doing so far? Make sure you're taking care of yourselves. I hope you've enjoyed the stream thus far, even if it's laid back coverage. Maybe you learned something new. Yeah, Osceola in Missouri, Osceola in Florida. Just name it everywhere, really. Thank you, Zen Cat. I'm paying attention to the chat. Yeah, this is the county name, and there we go. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, we were gonna look at Radar Omega here. There we go. Now we have the updated tornado probability. So this is what I was talking about. This is the latest tornado outlook from the Storm Prediction Center for the rest of it today. You can see that it's all clear up here. Now we're really focused in that enhanced risk area with wind and hail, but also the tornado threat is confined to down in this area. So this is very, very visually striking and accessible for all of you guys watching to understand where we're watching for the remainder of the night. There is still a marginal risk that goes all the way up through here for some slight chance at elevated thunderstorms with wind and hail. But for the most part, a significant severe threat is going to only be realized down in this area now. Washington State, yeah. Can I run a loop? I can run a loop of this. Maybe. I should be able to. Oh, okay, it's doing the thing. Let's try that. There we go. Running a loop of the nationwide radar mosaic here. You can see all the storms at once. I do think that the tornado threat should be ending with that the Missouri tornado warning up there in northern Polk County. Welcome from Southwest Missouri. Why we have two severe weather seasons and the number two. Yeah, I actually wanted to talk about this in a video if I were going to make one lately, but I opted not to, especially for mental health. First and foremost, it was very stressful. But I wanted to talk about the second severe weather season that happens in fall. We have this big old low pressure system up here, right? You can kind of see it swirling around on radar Omega here. It's really, it's just the same. We have a big old trough moving through. Now it's more of a short wave, but in the fall, we get those big troughs that move through and drive low pressure systems up with associated severe weather risks out in front of them. So you get these low pressure systems in the fall just like you do in the spring, but why is it the secondary season and why is it not as significant as all these moderate and high risks in the springtime, right? Like why do we see just less of a severe weather threat in the fall? And the reason for that, first and foremost, is that all that cold air that we need well above our heads for a storm system like this low pressure right here to essentially manifest and intensify. All that cold air is sourced from up here in Canada, all the way up from the poles, and it's dragged down by these big troughs and dragged together into a low pressure system. Well, what happens up here in the summer, guys? When you're in the poles, there's something called uh, what is it? Midnight sun. Essentially, 20 hours of sunlight, or increasingly more sunlight as you go up here, is basically keeping all the upper atmosphere up here warmer. So when it gets pulled down here in the fall time, it's kind of been cooking all summer, and on average, it's less of a temperature difference because it's not been super cold and um, basically no sunlight throughout the entire winter time, and it's just now starting to warm up in the spring. So the temperature differential, well above your heads in the atmosphere, is lower in the fall because it's all warm air up here and it's warm air down here in the Gulf that's coming together. And that's the reason why the second season in fall maybe is a little bit less intense on average for any storm systems that do blow through. It's all to do with the seasons and how that impacts our air masses that move around. Now, of course, once you get to November, there's probably been a good amount of time. Do you see that lightning? What was that? There's a lot of flashes there on that railfan cam. Once you get to November, there's been a good amount of time for that air to actually cool down in northern Canada near the poles. So you can still get some pretty intense systems moving through in November, as long as the warm air from the Gulf can actually still punch up. There's enough humidity essentially, and we did see that in 2022. In November, we had that EF4 tornado north of Paris, Texas, and also one over here in Idabel, in Oklahoma. So that's the reason the second season can still be significant. Yeah, that's just one. That's one of the main attributable reasons for the second season not being as intense as spring. But of course, it's not the only one. There's always way too many to list. Atmospheric processes factoring into any given setup for severe weather. All right, so let's go back to some radar coverage here. Hopefully that was interesting. I wanted to put that in a video, and I think it's worth putting in a video if it grasps your attentions. I think it's a good idea to teach you guys about that in a more permanent format. Of course, you can always just go back to this part of the stream, but not that many people actually know this, was discussed at this point. All right, so still looking around the Tulsa area, some windstorms moving through. I think we'll see a severe thunderstorm warning that goes off to the north and east here towards Jay and Delaware County in Oklahoma. And the rest of the storms over the South Tulsa metro now. Really, I mean, it's all a mess. You can see, however, the beginnings of what we saw on the models, which is an MCS or a mesoscale convective system, a big blob of storms like this one up here in Missouri. That's going to start moving to the south instead of due east. So all these storms are generally moving east, right? Well, these ones up here have started to come together, and I think these are going to be our line of storms that starts to take on a more southeasterly motion here that may bring some severe winds to the Fort Smith area and all the way down south into southeastern Oklahoma before they fizzle out a little bit into the morning. So I think we're starting to see that MCS develop right in this region. See how that progresses over time. Still watching the Dustin Wilit Cassell. It hasn't really come together in a significant fashion yet, so don't think we're going to see too much of a tornado threat right now from that as it goes off to the southeast, the east southeast. So this does have the right track on it to be a right moving supercell. So I'm still watching it. Rain's getting pretty heavy here in the Twin Cities metro as well. I can hear it outside. Happy to help, Scott. Glad you find it really cool and useful. Let's take a look at that tornado warning. Oh, just kidding, it expired. And I think I know why. Now we have a little bit better of a look at this. Yeah, this is what I think I was looking at. I don't... that last tornado warning, honestly, may have been unnecessary, because I think looking back at this loop now, we have a pretty solid idea that this has been outflow dominant this whole time, meaning all the winds are pushing out in front of the heavy rain here, meaning that air can't really get in and cause a tornado where the downdraft of the storm is happening essentially. Think it's mostly outflow dominant. However, there could still be a little bit of a suspect area right in here, north of Bolivar, but no tornado warning associated with it now. The rest of the storms over here are definitely outflow dominant, so I don't expect a tornado threat in this general vicinity. That would head in the direction of Springfield. I think the Springfield tornado threat is very low. So that should hopefully that should help for anybody watching in Springfield. It looks like it's trending toward no. No, Illinois should be mostly fine. There may be some scattered storms, but not severe. Yeah, a lot of lightning in that. What's that camera again, Frank? I forget which Oklahoma. Or is that a storm chaser? Wait, what's going on here? Oh, that's our chaser. This is chasing. Finally, you came back. So this is Tom Stroud. There. Oh, that's wrong. There you go. Tom's feed came back. All right, so we've had storm. I thought that was weird. That didn't look like a rail fan cam. So this is a look at the lightning ongoing in Tulsa, in the bottom right webcam down there. A lot of lightning ongoing in the metro area. I was wondering about that. I was like, wait, we don't have a rail fan cam up there. Got it. I feel like Tom stopped streaming and then came back on later. Well, now I've got him back. So that's what we've been watching in that bottom corner for a while. I'm ready for hoodie weather too. Honestly, I wear my hoodie and I have sweatpants on right now. I wear those inside even when it's summer because we have the AC blasting all the time in here. So it's kind of silly, right? But I'm definitely I definitely prefer to be warm in warm clothes, and I compromise with my partner so that we can have a nice chilled indoors environment while I can bundle up. Yeah, I was definitely confused by that. I was like, it's been having a little bit more lightning, I thought. Yeah, this is Radar Omega 5.2. Oh, let me oh, but this isn't it. This is Radar Omega 5.2. There you go. Let me show you some of the things that it can do now, since this stream is sponsored by Radar Omega. Check it out, guys. This is one of my newest favorite things that Radar Omega can do. Is the CPC outlooks that I talk about in my videos all the time. Look how nice that is. This is clean. This is super clean. This is above and below average temperatures in the 1 week time span from the Climate Prediction Center. This is beautiful, beautiful looking. I love that. I will honestly use this in my videos now. This is absolutely amazing, and they have it for the precipitation too. I've gone ahead and put in the opacity to be 100%, so it looks a little darker. So below average precipitation expected a week out from now in the Toronto area, in Ontario, southern Ontario, and also through the Great Lakes area. Whereas we have this above average precip from what you guys are going to get in the Pacific Northwest, called an atmospheric river. You guys are familiar with that if you follow the weather up here in the Pacific Northwest. Atmospheric river begins tomorrow, I think, and lasts through Monday. So it's going to be very rainy up here through Seattle and Portland, and even as far south as NorCal, Eureka in particular. I should say NorCal. And it looks like that moisture generally is going to persist over here through the northwestern states and the Rocky Mountains, and probably also Vancouver up through southern Alberta and Saskatchewan. So eventually that'll make its way over here to me in the Twin Cities, and we could see all that here on Radar Omega with the Climate Prediction Center outlook. Really cool. They even have the longer term outlooks, like the 1 month temperature outlook. Oops, all above average. Oh, that doesn't go well together, does it? So there you go. That's one of the things that you can do with the new Radar Omega update. One of my favorite things. So I really like to use the CPC outlooks as a talking point that really effectively illustrates what's going on. Love that. Why did the weather models stop at the border? Or climate models? Are you just talking about what's showing on Radar Omega? That's just because the CPC is a U.S. government entity, so they issue it for the country, and that's their domain. I know you'd love it to go further, but they are U.S. government workers, so that's just kind of how it works. There's products like that for Canada too. Bolivar storm moving in. Sorry, I mispronounced it again. It's Bolivar. Bolivar storm moving in. Yep, certainly looks like it. Do you see any interesting clouds? I'd say it's not safe to be outside any longer. You're in the range for some lightning strikes. So definitely shelter indoors. Get yourself a nice beverage for a while it blows through. This is the outlook for hail. So this is significant hail expected today from the Storm Prediction Center outlook about 30 minutes ago. So that's definitely being realized down here in northeastern Oklahoma. But maybe a little bit less so in southeastern Kansas. Storm is having trouble filling the gap essentially right here. So it looks like Pittsburgh in Kansas and that area is getting out of most of the storms, including Coffeyville. One more round of thunderstorms possible back in here, but these honestly might be post-frontal. Not really sure what's going on back there, but enough lift to support some thunderstorms there. Oh, you were there in April 1974 in Humansville? I'm not sure what happened in all parts of that outbreak, but that is certainly really interesting. Gust front just hit Bolivar. DFW will get some hailstorms tomorrow, yes. Nice Vernon. Definitely enjoy the custom color tables on Radar Omega. That's good stuff. the warning boxes, yeah, I go whenever I'm looking at those on the occasion, I make sure to clarify them, but that sometimes that can slip through the cracks. So yeah, when we're looking at the red boxes here, we're looking at severe thunderstorm warnings, and whenever we have a pink box, pink polygon that we're looking at, that would be a tornado warning. So you'll find the same colors on Ryan's stream. These are the default colors that exist on GR2 Analyst, which is the radar program that I use. Ryan uses in his library of radar products, and also a lot of National Weather Service meteorologists like this program in particular. But Radar Omega can do all of that and more, especially for you guys. GR2 is good for hyper focusing on, the comparison and contrasting of storms in a meteorological sense, but Radar Omega is good for all practical uses for what you would be interested in. Unless you're a big weather weenie. Then you should have both. Tornado threat should be pretty low for the Ozarks. I think the tornado threat is mostly falling off. It should be maximized in the next hour, but may continue a little bit on. May continue on a little bit past that. You could see all that lightning activity in Tulsa from Tom's feed there in the bottom right of the stream. I think he is looking south towards Jinx and Bixby, where there was a funnel cloud reported by the public at 1:09, 13 minutes ago. I mean, that's pretty rough to tell. It's actually interesting because there's two storms going in a different direction. That's probably what prompted a funnel cloud right there. You have this part of the storm that's becoming a sort of a complex moving south and east in this direction, and then this arcing part of the storm is actually moving this direction. So a little bit of an interaction coming together here that might have spun something up really briefly here. Not visible on radar for sure, but funnel cloud reported there. And this cell down here near Dustin refuses to stop rotating. And just still chugging along down there. Not tornado warned, but just a little bit of a rotating supercell. Again, watching this in particular over the next hour, I think. Can you track rainfall in Spain with Radar Omega? Rainfall amounts would be pretty tough to display. Whoa. I zoomed out a little too much. But Radar Omega does have single site radars that are accessible. Currently, this is not accessible in Spain, but I know Germany has them, as you can see there. And we have all of Australia's as well. I've looked at this several times. There's a few countries that have their radars available for us. So you can find the Guam radar as well, Puerto Rico radar. And the Canadian ones, of course. But Spain currently doesn't have radars, which means you are that are accessible via Radar Omega or any other product in general. You can find online resources for that, though, for sure. But yeah, a little bit less so for Spain at the moment from Radar Omega. Unfortunately, like most feeds that have this fine resolution of data from the WSR-88Ds and similar radar domes are they're only in North America and some in Australia now as well. I think the German radars are slightly different. Is Bartlesville, Oklahoma done for the night? It might be a lit. I think you're on the tail end of the severe weather, yeah. But storms will kind of persist in the area for a while. I think the most significant ones would be the ones that have passed through already. Storm chasing in Germany is possible. Thank you, William Walker. Michigan in December, there'll probably be some snow. Depends on what part of Michigan you're in, though. If you're on the west side of the mitten, well, you'll get lake effect snow. If you're on the east side of the mitten, you'll probably get some snowstorms, but not as much snow. Why can I say that? Climatology. That's how I would make a winter outlook video. Of course, I want to make it interesting and flashy like Ryan's does with 8 million views, but I don't really have interest in doing that because I don't find it super valuable. But maybe, maybe at one point we can do that. I mean, I help out with I review the scripts for Ryan's Outlook videos like that all the time, so my words are in those videos just as much. So, but I haven't found the desire to make them on my channel, despite you guys eating those up. It's early. I'll be able to forecast when the Northeast can expect snow. Same thing, Donna. Same thing, honestly. Um, yeah, it would be the same as a little bit of climatology and so forth. It's just hard for me to make an Outlook video that I would be happy with, essentially, because I want my videos to be significant in terms of delivering information rather than, fun forecast guesses like that. But I know you like it. And there is some solid stuff you can put together that's meteorologically sound in terms of forecasting stuff like that. So if you think it's worthwhile, then so do I. Okay, let's take another peek and see if we have further confirmation of our Missouri storm being outflow dominant as it approaches Springfield, and I think we do. Yeah. I think this storm, so all of you in Springfield are in the severe thunderstorm warning now in Greene County in Missouri. There's a look at that. So you got that warning now. We've been tracking this storm for a while. I think this is going to be outflow dominant, meaning that there's little to no tornado threat with it. But you can see there's some pretty intense winds back in the core of this thing. So it's going to be gusty, especially before the rain gets there. You'll have the gust front coming in first. That's what this little line out in front is. So you get the strong wind gusts first, a dramatic change, and then the heavy rain will come after that for the Springfield metro area. So if we play that back, we can interpolate what time that would get there. Every step of this is 3.5 minutes, meaning that you actually don't have that long. You don't actually have that long. So this was 30 minutes ago. Meaning that, yeah, if you do the math here, it'll probably be right over downtown Springfield in about 30 minutes. So those are your 30-minute time steps right there in the blue. So it'll probably be right over downtown Springfield in 30 minutes, that gust front in particular. Now let's make sure that we're not spreading misinformation in the chat. It's kind of pathetic. Do you have your degree in meteorology? All right, so let me take a quick peek at what environmental conditions we're looking at here, just to see if any of these storms are still menacing. And honestly, that one to the south over here is actually it's in a pretty good environment. Got enough bulk shear. We have a hodograph with ample low-level rotation here. What the heck? 150, 0 to 1 helicity, 350. Yeah, I mean, this one down here could do it. Let's see its thermo. I see. So it's a little dry at the surface, so maybe a little high-based. Uncapped, though, for the most part at this hour. And it's sitting in 74-degree dew points. Pretty moist out there. And backed surface winds. Yeah, I don't see why this storm down here couldn't actually give another shot at producing a tornado. Let's look at it from a couple different radar sites if we can. It's a little bit far away from radar sites now, but yeah, it's actually got that hook on it now. So this supercell is on its lonesome here. A little bit of it's a discrete supercell, a little bit of a tail end Charlie, I would say. Kind of just on its own. So this is down here, again, east of Ada now, and east of Pontotoc County. It's getting close to Gertie and Highway 75 in southeastern Oklahoma now, I would say. So getting close to Cole County and moving through southwestern Hughes County in Oklahoma. Not too many places out ahead of this thing that would be impacted by its path. But looking out ahead, it would be this area near Ashland, Wardville, Kiowa, and Savannah. Should be to the south of McAllister in Oklahoma. This is a supercell that could give it another shot at producing a tornado. Look at that. Yeah, it's maintained its hook echo quite well here, and we have that supercellular shape showing up really nicely here with a nice hail core. I mean, this is a mature storm, still a really strong storm with a really minimal low-level rotation, but certainly characteristics that are concerning, and it is in an environment that would support a tornado if it decides to go for it. It makes sense to me. So what doesn't work with this storm? We know what does work. What doesn't work? Let's see here. Moisture convergence? Nope, it's got plenty of that. An area of high theta E. It's not really good or bad. Yeah, I'd say this is doable. Actually, you know what I can do? I can look at the Oklahoma Mesonet to see some better defined conditions for this supercell down here in particular. This might help me. This might give me a better look at what's oops. At what's actually going down. What is going down? Okay, dew points are satisfactory again, around 72 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a lot of moisture in the air. And then I just want to look at the winds. Right around this area near Gertie, Colgate. What county is that? Cole. Yeah, we have decent surface winds, gusting to 17 miles an hour or so down here, and from the south and east. Oh, okay, I see what's preventing this. Okay, this makes a little more sense. So our surface winds. Okay, I know why this isn't producing a tornado right now. Our surface winds are southeasterly, so they're flowing in this direction. And you can start to see where that might be a problem if the forward flank, all this rain in the forward part of the storm that's being pushed to the south and east by the winds way up in the atmosphere, 6-7 miles up, they're pushing the storm this way. All these winds are aloft, and all this rain that's coming down as a result is actually just impeding on the surface winds that are moving into the storm like this. So the surface winds are going this direction. It's actually pretty hard to kind of curl them around and make a tornadic circulation right in here, given the orientation of the storm like this. So I would say that that's the reason why we aren't seeing a tornado in the near term right now, because all the rain is kind of just it's all just raining on the winds as they blow into the part of the storm that could spin up right in here. So the best quality air is not being funneled into the storm. It's kind of just being rained on before it gets there into the updraft base. If we had winds that were
A
coming
new
from
PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
if we had winds that were coming from the south-southwest this direction, then yeah, that could be a much different case. You could see them just being funneled right into the without being rained on. So because we have winds that are coming out of this direction at the surface, I think that's the reason why we're seeing a PDS severe thunderstorm warning or an EDS for 3-inch hail rather than a tornado threat with this storm. So that was what that warning was for. Finally, we got to listen to the new warning for destructive severe thunderstorms. This has a history of producing 3¼ inch hail, 3-inch hail, and we have a new warning for it because of that. Yeah, it's certainly a classic hail or supercell for sure. That's my best guess as to why we're seeing a nice hailstorm and not so much of a tornado threat. So once again, that is moving off to the south and east toward Ashland, Wardville, Kiowa. It should stay to the north of Atoka. Thank you, Anthony. Is Miami in northeast Oklahoma in the clear? For the most part, it's looking like your severe weather is generally over. Yeah, the initial round of storms that was expected to be kind of the stronger ones, or promoting the more direct severe thunderstorm warning or severe hazards rather, has kind of moved through the area and consolidated into that messy mesoscale convective system that's going to start to move more to the south and east. So you may see another storm if anything continues to develop back in here along the cold front. But I think the worst of it, yeah, has passed your area, thankfully, without developing too much, too. There's Springfield about to get in on it again if you're in the Springfield area and joining the stream recently here. It is about, what do we say, 20 minutes out now. You'll get that gust front first, where it's not raining yet, but the really strong wind shift and gusts kind of come in, and then the heavy rain will come in like 5-10 minutes after that. Today I'm using GR2 Analyst for this, and also Radar Omega sponsoring the stream today to look at broad scale stuff, and the Outlook's a really good combination of both. But you can use Radar Omega for everything that I'm doing today in spades, which is why I have the download link pinned in the chat and also in the description below the stream. Yeah, Northwest Arkansas is looking okay for now. Severe weather will move in your area, but I think it's going to be a lower tornado threat, more of a wind threat if you do see any strong storms. So that would be these right up here. These storms in particular will generally make their way into northwest Arkansas, and you can see you're in that slight risk in the yellow right here from Fort Smith up through northwest Arkansas. But that's going to be pretty much for damaging winds from this part of the storm complex right here. Miami. I thought it was, yeah, I did the wrong vowel change, didn't I? Miami. Miyama or something. Nah, that one's always a silly one. You realize though that I knew it was different. Miami, thank you. You knew it was different. Or I knew it was different. You know I knew. The credit is there, dang it. The credit is there. I have been through this rodeo before. Sorry, I got the wrong vowel change though. I did it. I was not meaning to say it like Florida. Miami. Yeah, that's actually how you say it, not Miami in Florida. I switched it up on myself. Silly. It's real. I mean, put yourself in my shoes. It is really hard to remember pronunciation for a nationwide coverage, but I do my dang best. Yeah, silly, isn't it? Well, if you give me two options and it's not in the near term, I will always mix them up. That's just what I do. It's the reason I didn't graduate with a 3.9 GPA, instead got 3.76. It's all those quizzes and meteorology classes, I remember them. I'm like, I have two options presented to me. I'm going to switch them up even though I know which one's right. It's just going to happen. And that is my downfall. So be it. But at least I have you guys to correct me in the near term. It's very helpful. Thank you. Still watching the storm down here. Again, I think that reason we're not seeing a near-term tornado threat with this is because those surface winds are going right through the forward flank. Right through the forward flank of the storm and getting rained on before they get to the low-level circulation. Now I hear thunder here in the Twin Cities. Nice. Andy, thank you, Frank. Yeah, 3 inches is they generally refer to that as teacup size hail or apple. Yeah, only 3.7, 3.76. Sorry, meteorology is hard. I'm waiting to see. People are posting images of this storm and in the Ryan Hall Discord server and saying, "Is it finally time for this?" But I mean, I'm waiting to see, but I still think those surface winds are kind of getting rained on. Maybe a little bit less so though if we see this forward flank kind of pushing off to the east just a bit more. We could see those surface winds actually getting in there. Very, very tough to do that though efficiently. So waiting to see what the near-term tornado threat is for this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I see. Now we can see what the near-term tornado threat is for this. Man. All right, there you go. Just kidding. It was just enough. And now we have a tornado warning on it. All right. Hey, I mean, I didn't say it was out of the question. I said, hey, it's just barely possible now. And now they've got the warning on it. You know what? Fair enough. I see that as a possibility given my analysis of the surface conditions. And yeah, that makes sense. So, new tornado warning now for southern Hughes County and northern Cole County in Oklahoma. What in the world just happened to the radar scan here? All right, we just turned cotton candy mode. Thankfully, it didn't impact our tornado warning storm. Just saw that out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, what? Something went wrong up there. But our tornado warning now extends through Gertie. I'm not sure any other locations. There may be unincorporated areas here that are impacted. But down the line, we're thinking about Ashland and Wardville to see if this tornado threat continues here. The storm's dropping 3-inch hail regardless of the presence of a tornado or not, so please be taking shelter in the interior most room of your house if you got, or basement if you got it here in this part of Oklahoma. Pink polygon that you can see is our tornado warning. The dark red around it, or the black outline, is our destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 3-inch hail. So overall, a nasty storm, a strong storm that can promote low-level circulation because it's still got pretty chunky hail core in here, meaning that it's very healthy. And so yeah, the warning is of no surprise. No surprise. Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, you guys are going to get that gust front from north to south, probably in about 10 to 15 minutes. And then the heavy rain will be about 5 minutes behind it. So it's getting there, but tornado threat is pretty much zero there in Springfield now in Missouri. Little Rock will not get any severe storms, but spare thunderstorms, remnant thunderstorms are possible, and possibly some sporadic rain showers, I should say. Rain is probably what you'll get. Yeah, 3-inch hail can definitely tear up stuff, and it's had no shortage of that in its lifetime here. I think Minus is upstairs somewhere. He's probably sleeping. Yeah, looking okay. From our Tulsa storms, it really has consolidated into this the beginning of this mesoscale convective system. Generally going to travel more to the south and east than that easterly motion we saw before, and eventually it's going to absorb this supercell right here. That could do some funny business. This supercell, when it merges with the line of storms forming back behind it, this could do some funny business here. In and around the Eufaula to Chakota, I hope I'm saying that right, region here in eastern Oklahoma, right along I-40 really is where these could come together. The supercell's going to start to be pulled into the line of storms behind it. I think it'll probably gravitate toward it. So we'll see that come together. If there is a lot of spin left over with this area of the supercell, we could see that spin merge with the line and do something bad. So I'll keep my eyes on it. But if those two merge together, where one fizzles out and nothing bad happens, then that is the best case. Lawton should be fine. Minnesota tonight would be thunderstorms, not severe. Much lower chance of being severe. You're talking about northwest Arkansas. I think Russellville is up here, right? Oh no, Russellville is. I remember looking at this before. I forget where Russ. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is kind of northwest along I-40. It's a little bit outside that slight risk, so storms should be deteriorating in severe coverage by the time they get close to that area. However, I do think they'll tend to be a little bit further to the west of Russellville, so maybe you won't get too much. But definitely won't get the brunt of severe weather today that we're watching over the next couple of hours. Southeast Kansas is looking okay. Most of the storm coverage over there is not really consolidated very well. Another round is possible back behind it, though, right along the cold front. So that will generally move in the direction of Pittsburgh and the southeast corner of the state here. Does look like for Miami, there you go. Another cell back behind it has intensified. So one more chance at a stronger thunderstorm moving through, but not currently severe warned. All right, so yeah, just watching this cell down here, which now of course has some contamination with it. Classic. That's been the theme today, is the radar's getting contaminated. Perhaps we can take a look at perhaps we can take a look at the FOP1 here. This will give us a better look. Maybe not contaminated if we can see it. Cool. Nice. This radar from the test bed right near the National Weather Center in Norman, instead of the Oklahoma City radar, gives us another look with the same distance away, so we can see an uncontaminated view of this storm for this scan. That's useful. But if we go back to the Tulsa radar, you can see a little bit better what's going on over here. So there still is some remnant vorticity or tendency to spin right here with this supercell. Out in front of the line, let's see if it is getting pulled into it at all. It is kind of, yeah, I think it's, as of the recent scans, you can see it moving to the southeast and then kind of starting to meander a little bit more east-northeast in the most recent scans of radar data. So just watching the trend of this, I think it is going to be pulled back up into the line of storms over time here. And once it does merge together, we could see some funny business that I'll want to have eyes on. So for friends in Springfield, here comes the gust front. It's right on the northwest corner of the city at the moment, about to cross over I-44. Can see it there in this green line out in front of the storms. There's your gust front. Strongest wind gusts will probably be right in this gust front as it passes through. You've seen many of these, and then the heavy rain will be back behind it. Tornado threat down to 0 for Springfield, I would say, besides maybe some gustnados that don't come with any rain. They could just be little spinnies right along the gust front. Those are possible, but they shouldn't do any significant damage. They'll be your garbage can, the garbage can sliders. That looks to be about it in terms of significant weather here in Missouri. Some heavy rain is going to move into the Jefferson J City area. Yeah, I'm not seeing too much of an organized severe threat outside of our um our tornado warned supercell in east southeastern Oklahoma. Thank you from Norway. Wow, it's pretty early over there. Happy to help Tuesday. You contaminate a radar? Well, The problem is a variable like velocity is extremely sensitive and also processed by multiple algorithms before we see it here on this on any of the programs we use, including Radar Omega, so that it's actually usable data. If we didn't process this at all, it just looked like a garbled mess. Ada, the storms are east of Ada, so you're okay. They're moving away from it. No, Rolo should not be concerned about tornadoes. Over here. Not concerned with tornadoes. Ugh. All right, so looking good overall. So yeah, I think the only storms I'm super concerned with now for the remainder of our time now casting here would be these two down here in Oklahoma. And perhaps if this one near Stillwater does anything silly right on the cold front. It is right on the cold front, so if it does something silly on that boundary, we'll have an eye on it. But other than that, I don't think I have too much of a concern for it in particular. It doesn't look like it's too organized at the moment. You just have to know exactly. You have to have a radar image that like you can center the frame. So I have a centered frame here with this red square, and I can center it on the same pixel between two different products and be able to determine that way whether what I'm looking at on a correlation coefficient is real or not. Definitely a little bit more of a velocity uptick in this latest scan from this radar site. So this does look more supportive for a tornado warning. So again, please be taking shelter in this area. Be thinking about taking shelter out ahead of this in Ashland and Wardville in Oklahoma, and eventually towards the Kiowa area along Highway 69, south and west of McAllister. This part of the state. Pink polygon is tornado warning. I think our Tulsa chaser has ended again. Let me double check on that. But it does look stationary once again. Probably done with looking at the lightning. Fair enough. All right, so let's have the FOP one on this and also KTLX radar. Multiple looks at this with radars that are scanning at different times, just to make sure we're keeping up with the velocity signatures here. Okay, the next frame it is definitely lost a lot of that intensity. So we had an uptick in the rotation for a frame, and now we have a general downtrend in it. Overall, it's looking okay. Yeah, if I were in Northwest Arkansas, I would feel generally okay going to sleep. Generally okay. This trend continues, we won't see this tornado warning continued either. That would be a good place to call it. So we'll see if this continues to be the case. Again, the other thing that I am concerned with is the eventual merging of this supercell. So I'm not entirely confident in letting that pass me by here. I don't want that to pass me by. However, it might take a good chunk of time for that to reach up in there. Might take a good chunk of time for that to reach up in there and give us an interaction. So We'll see how long it takes. Branson, if you get anything in Branson, it'll be what your friends in Springfield are getting right now. Oh no, Tom's still going. Okay, so we still have that lightning storm in the Tulsa area. That is live. I think it is. Just a lot of lightning in the distance. I like the flashes though, so I want to have them there. This is good coverage, good field coverage. I not work with Ryan. Ryan supplied me with half the stuff I have today, as well as the Radar Omega sponsorship. Working together. Of course, I work with Ryan. Joplin, I feel okay with Joplin going to sleep. Again, have a way to wake up to warnings, though, if you're in that area. You'll probably get woken up by the storm back in here if it gets close to the city at all. Anyways, so I would say do so at your own displeasure of being woken up. DFW is going to be a hailstorm scenario tomorrow. Much less so tornadoes. We can see that on Radar Omega if we look ahead at tomorrow's outlook for the DFW area. Categorical has a nice slight risk with the DFW right in the center. But if we go ahead and take a look at each threat in place, we can see the tornado threat is at 2%, which is a marginal risk or the lowest risk. It is there for the DFW metro into southeast Oklahoma, but it is not the primary reason for severe weather coverage tomorrow. Rather, that's wind, but especially hail, with this hatched area for possibly hail stones up to 2 inches. So possible hailstorm somewhere near DFW tomorrow is looking likely with this outlook in particular. That is your concern. For those wondering about tomorrow, that does not warrant a stream at all at the moment. So streams on this channel and on Ryan's channel are meant to signify a certain level of risk and thus a perceived risk in terms of what we cover. So that's why we work the way we do with our outlooks and our responses. We don't want to send the wrong message when we have assumed a perceived risk level in order to warrant a stream to thousands and thousands of people. Yeah, happy to help in any capacity. So let's go ahead and look at some of the latest model data. I find this to be one of the easier methods of consoling people who ask for locations all the time. It's the easiest way I can deal with it. So our current blobs from the model doesn't do a great job at highlighting exactly where things are. But current blobs look there, and then you can see there is development in back behind these current ones that will move through these same areas. So Ada in Oklahoma could be clipped, could be right on the edge of possible future storm development as more develop right on the cold front. These are some of the cold frontal storms that's back in here. So it's all our storms right now are well ahead of the cold front, and thus we have another mechanism serving to develop more storms that kind of come together over time and lose their intensity into the midnight hours, but also still have some severe threat with them, especially into southeast Oklahoma. Springfield looking like you're getting that gust front right now that we've been talking about. So that's a look at that from Radar Omega, what we expect for the rest of the night. Gust front going through Springfield. How's it looking, guys? How's it feeling in Springfield? Actually, I should be asking you that. Yeah, it's about not wanting to desensitize. And honestly, I don't know. I think this stream or overall this day may just not have had enough messaging attached to it since it's in an odd time of year. Maybe people don't think of severe storms as much this time of year. It is kind of surprising to me though. I feel like more people could have used the coverage today, so that's probably YouTube's fault, but also maybe ours as well. I don't really know why, though. I mean, I know Reed was on and so forth, but usually our streams work in harmony. I found that in the past to be the case. So everybody who is here definitely liking the stream and so forth has helped out a lot, as it usually does, but we must need to do that more so than usual. I'm not sure. So all the outer bands of Ophelia have kind of fallen apart from what I'm seeing here. Trying to look at all the convection here that would lead to some heavy rainfall over the next day as it goes off to the northeast. All the rain is generally going to move through New Jersey and also up to Long Island, deliver a couple of inches of rain in this general area, the shield of Ophelia's path, but it's really not looking all that significant, which is a good thing. Still, urban corridor flooding is possible. I would be wary of that. Don't drive through flooded roads, of course. You guys know the drill. If you're up there in the mid-Atlantic to the southern New England vicinity, I'm not worried about the winds with Ophelia. I am worried about the rain. All right, latest update on the tornado warned storm in east-southeastern Oklahoma, east of Ada. A good clip. Still looks like mild to marginal rotation with this part of the storm. Definitely warranting a tornado warning. Not sure if this will continue as it stands, but I could see another tornado warning being issued for this down the line. Again, I checked the atmosphere in place. Environment in place is still supportive. Latest hourly mesoscale outlook should be out soon. Mesoscale analysis so that I can look at it again. It'll be a few minutes from now, though. And in those few minutes, we can watch this supercell also being dragged up into the line of storms back here over Okmulgee and Chakotah. Hey, you, Cassie. I appreciate it. Over here. And on Twitch in 2 different places. I appreciate it. One look at Tulsa's radar just generally shows us that, yeah, this is just a blob of storms now. The tornado threat with this part of the line of storms now moving through Okmulgee is pretty low. We don't even have any severe thunderstorms on this in particular. However, the one thing I can see again is this supercell eventually being tugged into it. Any remnant areas of vorticity could be sucked into this line of storms and actually provide a little bit of an interesting case there. Not all the time does that lead to something happening in terms of tornadoes, but sometimes it does, so I want to pay attention to it, just in case. But after that, you can see generally the trend is pretty, pretty sub-severe overall. Strong thunderstorms, some heavy rain, but pretty sub-severe overall as these just kind of continue into northwest Arkansas and eventually down the line through western Arkansas and southeastern Oklahoma. We do have that development, though, back in here. So here, that's what the model has been showing. So all of these storms are starting to pop up back behind the main convection and maybe lead to a more widespread flash flooding issue in parts of Tulsa. That's the Tulsa metro. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate it. So there is our development happening back here closer to the cold front. We were expecting that, and sure enough, we are seeing it. In fact, even more interesting is the rather rapid coming together of these storms back here in southeastern Kansas, closer to Fort Scott. That actually is the first time I've seen these storms look nearly severe. So these might actually get pretty close to parts of southeast Kansas that have escaped storminess thus far tonight. And these are our cold frontal storms, so that's what's promoting round two. For anyone that gets another storm, we've had prefrontal convection out in front here, which simply means there's a lot of rising air well out in front where the air is very humid and warm. And then you've also got your cold front itself, which as air batters into that, it's basically serving as its own rising mechanism. Right in here along the cold front, air is just rising up as it meets the front and lifts over it. So a couple rounds of storms are possible, in addition to areas that were already impacted. However, I think generally the cold frontal storms will be a little bit less severe, especially because of the time of day. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate that from Tulsa. Yeah, I've a lot of my streams recently have been focused on that area, huh? I even didn't stream one of the significant events for Tulsa. I wish I had, but this job is very difficult, is what I'll say about that. I wish I could stream every single day that there is significant impactful weather, but again, we have to stick to those we have to stick to the risk messaging perceived threats by going live, and if it doesn't look like that threat is in place before it happens in a significant manner, then it's really hard to justify going live, and then you end up messing out. So, guys, I don't know if you know, but this is one of the hardest jobs I could have imagined. Like, I'm not boosting myself up at all. I have probably lost years out of my life doing this so far because I care. I want to get it right, and when I don't get it right, it sucks. So I want to make sure I'm there for all of the ones that I can cover that don't get delegated to Ryan's channel for the more significant overall severe threats in terms of tornadoes. And there have been ones that I missed that were definitely viable for my channel, so it does suck. And those do weigh on me, and I learned from them. I learn from them, and I get better. That's why I'm here today, and I didn't want to wimp out on today's coverage because it's definitely suitable for my channel. It is a lot of pressure, yeah. Okay, let's look at latest radar data for Springfield first, so you guys can see what's happening as that gust front moves through. Heavy rains now getting through the spots that already got some really gusty winds. So those of you watching from that area are experiencing that. Now, make sure you don't get struck by lightning, please. Stay inside. Probably quite a bit of lightning occurring with this complex of storms. Then we'll go back to the Oklahoma City radar just to look at our tornado warning storm. It does look a lot more disorganized now near Gertie. We saw much better low-level rotation earlier, and now it's kind of just weak and in multiple places. So maybe an original small area of rotation is occluded to the north in this fashion. And then we have a little bit of a new one actually forming right there and actually intensifying a little bit more on that latest scan. So that was a good pull. So I think our original rotation's kind of fallen back into the storm, and we can see occlusions of areas of rotation without actually having a tornado. So deviant motion of rotation and a new handoff to the south and east. See those trends a lot, and we could be seeing that right now even with no tornado ongoing. So let's look at that newest update of mesoanalysis. Now that we're past the hour, should be able to see what's in place for the storm now. See if it's going to continue to pose a problem in terms of tornadoes. What I do see is still really, really dry surface level, which is really interesting. Oh no, that's still behind. Okay, I see. Oh, it hasn't updated yet. All right. Waiting for the hourly update. Oh, interesting. Are we 2 hours behind? Really? Oh, yeah, we're actually 2 hours behind. Fascinating. I wonder why we didn't get a 1Z update of the mesoanalysis. I didn't actually realize that that didn't happen. We're at 0Z still, which is 2 hours ago. That's atypical. I wonder why that. I wonder why we aren't updating over there. Storm Prediction Center? Thank you, Sir Pat. Over there in Springfield. Happy to hear it. Glad I could help anybody today, even if YouTube didn't send my stream out to as many people as we have reached in the past. I actually got a new mouse just for today, a new mouse for my computer, because if you remember my last stream, sometimes the radar would kind of glitch out a little bit. It's because my scroll wheel was actually hitting the fritz. So I just went ahead and got a new mouse just in time so the stream would be a little bit more pleasant to view, and I could actually use my mouse since it was much worse than it was back then too. It's gotten way worse, so I wanted to make sure it was of good quality for today's stream, and it certainly did prove to be that way. This storm over here, well, south of Stillwater in Oklahoma near Wellston, which is the area where a very, very good barbecue place is. If you are in this vicinity, I would go to the barbecue place in Wellston. That place is amazing. I think about it all the time. Anyways, near the Wellston area is our cold frontal storm that is actually attached to a part of the boundary. That might be the cold front itself that it's attached to, and it's interestingly enough, I think the storm outflow is actually moving the cold front a little bit faster here. That's such a unique look. And then it's attached to the boundary, just like this. So some funny business might occur here near Kearney. Gonna watch that closely since we have boundary interactions ongoing. And eventually, again, our supercell back here near Eufaula and Stidham. It's eventually getting closer and closer to the line of storms back behind it, and we'll be sucked up into here. We might see, again, we might see an interaction occur with that merging of the supercell with the line of storms back behind it. That could lead to something worth watching, so I'm going to keep my eye on that. Latest scan on our tornado warning storm near Gertie and Ashland is not again, it's not super conducive, but we may see an extension of the tornado warning. Not sure on that yet. We'll wait and see. Watching through just in case something funky happens, but I think we've avoided the worst of what could have happened today thus far, for sure. There was I'd say there was a conditional significant tornado threat in place, not unlike some of the days I've covered on this channel in particular in the past. And whenever conditional is not conditioned, then that's good, because we did not have something bad happen. So yeah, we may not see, I don't think we'll see the continuation of this tornado warning as it stands, but I guess I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I'm teetering on no at the moment, though. I do think there is rotation evident in this supercell, though, so I'm concerned about what happens when they do come together.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, I said I wasn't surprised. I'm not surprised. Okay, maybe I'm a little surprised. But it makes sense. Maybe I'm a little surprised. The rotation is just enough to go ahead and continue this tornado warning. Not including any major population centers, I think. Just outside of Ashland and Wardville. But this new pink box is our new tornado warning that goes out a little bit further ahead of this storm and also a little further to the south and east. Follow the track of it better. Hard rain in Springfield. Yep, the heaviest rain's coming through. So we are looking about a mile up in the storm. Can see this area of rotation right in here, counterclockwise, on the right side of your screen through the winds. Makes sense overall. And looking at Virginia, it's just flash flood warnings over there. I can't see much more than that, honestly. But yeah, we've looked at it occasionally to see all the rain rates going over Richmond. Definitely hard hit, Richmond, Virginia, urban corridor to experience that much rain. Lincoln County. Oh, I see. This storm was upgraded to destructive, our cold frontal storm, for baseball-sized hail. Significant hail falling with this storm. A little bit surprising, honestly, but they've probably received a couple of reports on that larger hail to upgrade the warning near Kearney and Tryon headed towards Chandler. Yeah, the rotation on the storm is right in here, right along Highway 75. So that corresponds to where this hook-like appendage is on the storm, right in there. I'm in the Twin Cities. You can hear Midas? Very good. Twin Cities. Yeah, sure. Let's look at Little Rock really quickly here. Latest model update. You can see Little Rock's in general thunderstorms from the Storm Prediction Center. Not expected to be significant in terms of severe weather. Moving through, Little Rock doesn't really get in on that general rainy storminess until about 4 or 5 a.m. in Central Daylight Time. But it does look like it's going to be pretty rainy for toward the end of your timeline there. Hopefully that helps out. There should be general storminess in the area. So I'm up here in the South Metro. Depending on where, all right. So these storms are moving straight north, but this actually looks like a pretty intense downpour right along here. That should head into the West Metro, closer to Shakopee, Victoria, and maybe Minnetonka. This is actually pretty significant rainfall right in here. I would say maybe small hail is possible too if we have any instability aloft, which I could check on right now. Let's see. Yeah, there is marginal instability aloft, so this could actually be dropping some small hail right in here, headed up towards Jordan and Carver and Chaska, the southwest part of the Twin Cities metro. That is not out of the question. Yeah, happy to help. In Sykeston? No, I think you should be fine. You're outside of the thunderstorm risk. I mean, there could be a drop of rain, but not really. Yeah, it looks like most of it will probably fall apart well off to your west. Should be okay. Oh, the locations are going to start pouring in, though. This is the hardest part of the stream by far. Anyone getting any hail in the Springfield area? Looks like hail is possible off to the west of the city. However, I'd say this might be actually extremely heavy rainfall and a little bit of a downburst. So we have divergence here, winds going in opposite directions here. Right about to cross over I-44 west of Springfield. This could lead to, or is actually leading to probably zero visibility driving in the interstate here near Brookline. So this is not a great situation. So I don't think this is actually hail. Maybe it is small hail, but these pinks on the reflectivity are probably actually very heavy rain. Those have that has enough energy to actually show up in this range of values here that shows up as pink. So I think we got a pretty powerful downburst going on right here west of Springfield. Thankfully, staying out of Springfield proper in the city, in the suburbs there, because that could cause some tree damage actually if it were in the wrong spot. All right, back to our tornado warning down here. This is the worst this storm has looked so far in terms of actually being able to produce a tornado. Very interesting progression. It is steadily tracked to the south and east, and then has begun to stall out and kind of almost collapse in on itself back here, almost like it's trying to split. But in doing so, it's definitely ruined its near-term tornado potential. So I don't expect this warning to be continued past this point, past the timeline for this warning in particular, which expires in 40 minutes from now. It is a long ways to go. But just as I say that, it does look okay again. So, I mean, again, these things can flip and turn on you. We'll see if that trend continues. We're getting much close. In the meantime, we are getting much closer to the interaction of this supercell with the line of storms. So take a look at that. You can see it being, you can kind of see it being pulled up into it just like this. That'll continue to happen. The southeast progression of the storms out ahead of it are much faster than the supercell, though. So again, supercells have low level of vorticity right here, the tendency to spin, and that will be ingested into the line of storms itself. So it is possible that any extra spin caused by the storm can actually come up into the line of storms and promote a tornado threat for only a little bit. Usually they don't last very long at all. So we'll have to watch and see if that happens. Causes storms to split. Winds that generally are a straight profile will cause winds to split. So I have a good example of that with our current vertical wind profiles. Yeah, so this is a decent example. Actually, let me see if I can find a better one. That's tough. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is a good example. This is from the Oklahoma City radar about 40 minutes ago. So when you have a change in wind direction height, but generally the profile is straight in a direction, so it's changing in a straight line essentially. So from here it's south and east, but from down here it's from the or south and west, but from up here it's from the north and west. This is generally a straight line with a little curvature essentially. And that when you have a change in wind direction with height like this, that means that generally storms are going to split on both sides of it. So that's one way we usually look and see if the environment is more favorable for storms to rotate and stay together or split. So the same could be said about the Tulsa radar right now, which is now behind a complex of storms. So this could also cause storms to split when you have most of the profile traveling to the east. But because your low levels are arced a little bit like this, we have a little bit of that bump, then it's not as likely to split altogether. It's more if you have that due straight line on a wind profile like this, you could see the split. If you have some more curvature, you're less likely to have splitting supercells. And you read those on photographs. Happy to help, Jeffrey. Good work, Aries. Hopefully, it sounds like you stayed safe in that though. So I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear that you stayed safe, even though it was scary. Or I guess you didn't stay safe since you were right in the path of it. Definitely the risk you take in chasing strong, damaging windstorms like that. Thank you, Lux. Much appreciated. I hope I was able to help a lot of people today. Still a little bit to go. I want to stay on for about maybe 15 more minutes while we watch this interaction take place near I-40 near Chakota. And also, if this tornado warning down here in southeastern Oklahoma is continued as it goes to the south of McAllister. As well as this, pretty intense hailstorm up here near Chandler, south of Ripley in Oklahoma. You do have that baseball-sized hailstorm up here as well that's taken shape. A few more of those storms moving through Tulsa. Those are not severe warned. They don't look concerning to me besides the flooding potential. Since we have several flash flood warnings going out here. And even out ahead of the storm before it gets there. But we've already had some of that forward flank precip right in here. And also we had storms moving through earlier in this spot, heavy storms as well. So that makes sense why we have flash flood warnings that are kind of in this corridor altogether. This could extend north more, and we could see a flash flood warning through Tulsa as well because we have even more storms that are kind of just filling up the whole space here with heavy rain downpours. So I wouldn't be surprised if parts of Tulsa proper actually get in a flash flood warning as well. Northwest Arkansas, I don't think the storms will be too considerable. They should be on the weakening trend by that point. But generally, you're still in that slight risk for some damaging winds and hail possible. So what's approaching you will be a result of probably this complex of storms back in here that's formed more along the cold front. The cold front will make its way over to you, even if it's not, significantly colder on the other side. Slowly but surely. I'm a climatologist, Switchblare. I mean, I talk about it all the time. I just weave it into my discussions. When you allow people to come to their own conclusions instead of forcing a topic on them, they're much more likely to grasp it and take it without becoming defensive. So, as a climatologist, the way to work climatology into essentially common public knowledge is to instill it in an educational way, but not one that's imposing. Because the moment you say in black and white, that's when you get the upfront aggression and defensiveness. "10 miles west of Chakota." And you're in the thick of it now. Generally, I think that interaction will take place to the south of you. Very close to I-40, but also to the south of I-40 by the time they merge together. So I think you're just in for some heavy rain and gusty winds. It's not looking really impressive when these two are coming together, but again, I think that this is a situation where something can happen. So I'm monitoring it closely as a result. At the same time, these situations are unpredictable, and we still have an active tornado warning going, so I am staying on. I think generally, you're about to be out of it in Norman. You can see the cold front actually right here on the Oklahoma City radar. So you can see that cold front and a bunch of, let's see what signatures these are in particular. These are biological signatures that are kind of pulling up behind the cold front. Maybe, what could this be? This could be possibly a bunch of insects or something. Very unique, or maybe this is just the near frontal inversion. So this is probably just an inversion showing up on the radar right here. Whatever's below the inversion. So colder temperatures near the surface right underneath the front. So the cold front is right here. Nothing is going to really form behind this that is severe in any capacity. So it's right on the doorstep of more, and thus Norman is pretty close by. And I don't see any new storm development occurring here down this far. So I don't think it will be. I don't think you'll get anything in Norman. No. This is such a fascinating supercell because it's attached to the cold front. You don't see that very often, particularly because cold fronts are much, much more stable behind them than this one is. This one still has, mid 80-degree Fahrenheit temperatures behind it, whereas or maybe like 75 behind it, whereas it's like 85 in front of it. It's a summertime cold front, not really it's gonna snow cold front. Yeah, the lightning is still very good. I think our storm chaser feed freeze again. It did. It's so hard for me to keep track of that. Let's see if he comes back at all. But we were getting some really good lightning from Tom's feed. Yeah, there. He's still going. Still showing the lightning off in the distance. It's a kind of cool look, actually. Definitely a lightning show, first and foremost for a lot of people here, but still some significant hail possible. We'll watch the continuation of two things here. Let's take a look at this interaction as it occurs from the Tulsa radar. Oh, no, of course. Oh, man, the beam blockage is going right through where this is going to happen. Isn't that just iconic? Right through where this interaction is going to take place, we have a beam blockage from the Tulsa radar just right through um, this angle. I don't know if we'll be able to see it in full because of that. It doesn't look like very much is going to happen overall with this supercell merging, but there is still the chance of something bad going on. So just want to make sure that nothing dynamic does occur. Thank you, Casey. Where's Scott? Ooh, you guys have that severe thunderstorm warning now. We're watching the development of that line of storms. So this is right on the cold front. So these are cold frontal storms being forced up, meaning that they can have, I would say they'd have some small to medium-sized hail with them and some really heavy rain as they move through. This is developed rather nicely to actually give southeast Kansas a taste of today's severe weather. And it looks like it's trying to fill in, too, back here near Neodesha and Sycamore in Kansas. Looks like it's trying to fill in all along parts of the cold front here. It's a very oddly oriented cold front, though, kind of up here like this. Maybe this is post-frontal. Here, let's take a look at surface ops. What are we looking at here? No, that is the cold front. A very oddly oriented cold front here. Kind of like an S shape up through here. So we do have our cold frontal storms right on there, which means once you're done with this round in Fort Scott, then you're done overall. So once this moves through, you're done overall. We never did see the storms get much closer to the southern Kansas City metro, like what was possibly forecasted earlier. So closest proximity is actually much further south near Mound City, which is a good thing. Neo Deshay, thank you. So it does look like you'll get in on that severe weather if you avoided most of it in Joplin and southeast Kansas. It does look like it's trying to fill in and become severe right along the cold front. And that'll continue probably for a few hours, I would say. The storms will remain severe for primarily wind, but I bet small hail is also possible. Wow, that's an impressive storm. There's some imagery of these Oklahoma storms on social media platforms. I would say that's quite interesting. Storm chasers are definitely having a field day with some of these lightning strikes illuminating these storms. Hmm. All right, about to see what we've been waiting for here. The merging of the supercell with the line of storms, seeing what becomes of those. Starting to see a slight bit of rotation showing up on the Tulsa radar, whereas previously we saw pretty much none. But now we have the reflectivity to confirm it. So watching this area in particular near Stidham and Eufaula. And then for our tornado warn storm, looking generally weak. About to pass out of the tornado warning, though, so as it gets closer to Wardville and Highway 69 here, we'll see if they decide to continue it or not. The further away we get from radar coverage, though, I guess the more likely we are to see a preventative warning. We don't actually know if there's probably a tornado going on, and we're more likely to say, hey, it's a good idea to take shelter in this. So not sure yet. Not sure yet on this one. And then I guess we're really gonna have to watch this one closely up here near Chandler. Or Chandler. And Stroud in Oklahoma. Because this one certainly has that look to it, doesn't it? Certainly has the look to it as it stays hooked onto this cold front. When a supercell really stays hooked onto the boundary, that is when we have to pay more attention to its possibility of producing a tornado. So we'll watch this one and its evolution. A lot to cover tonight for sure. Oh. It would be an amazing resource to have an expansive app for pronunciations. it would be a lot though. I don't even know how we'd be able to like flip through it quickly. Little Rock will get rain probably 4 a.m. and onward into the early morning. Yeah, it is messy. It doesn't have a very tightly organized look to it, but we can start to look aloft, see if that mesocyclone's developing in the storm, and it surely is there in some capacity. It's tough to tell overall, but I do think we generally have rotation higher up in the storm if we're looking at it from multiple layers. So certainly one that has a little bit of upper level support right on the cold front. Now we just have to see if this inflow channel around the cold front and rear flank gust front, interestingly enough, will prompt anything at the surface here. Is the warn counter accurate? Yep. Our one tornado warning is down here.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So that's a continuation of the baseball size hail from this storm. Potawatomi. What was that? That doesn't seem right. Lincoln. Oh, okay. That's just a very funky. That's just a very funky polygon. I see. that caught me off guard. I was like, how is it in Potawatomi County? That's all the way down here. The very eastern tip of it, right there. I see now. We have the classic case of this being Norman's weather forecast office area, and this county over in I know I've done this before. Okfuski or Okfuski. It's Okfuski. I know it is. I know it is. I got it. Being in Tulsa's radar or Tulsa's weather forecast office. So this extends all the way down here and looks a little funky because we have two separate offices issuing warnings for these counties. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Is there a level above destructive? No. This certainly is trying to do something here. And what an interesting supercell. The one thing that it doesn't have going for it is that there is a little bit of a there is cooling at the surface now, making it a little bit more difficult for this to really root down to the surface and actually provide a tornado threat. But the baseball size hail warning continues, and it does have a tornado possible tag with it as well. So they're monitoring all aspects of this at the National Weather Service. Makes sense to me. Yeah, this is a fascinating looking storm for sure. All right, there's our supercell merging together. It does not look powerful from far away, far up in the storm, about a mile and a half up. Not seeing really any intense returns here as the supercell merges with the line of storms southwest of Chakotay. And yeah, from Tulsa's radar, we're still in that beam blockage, unfortunately. I can't really see anything in particular, though. So it looks like this has gone pretty well over here. I think this is going okay and not leading to anything bad, anything dangerous in particular besides heavy rain and flash flooding. These storms have intensified. The second round through Tulsa has intensified enough to have a severe thunderstorm warning with it now for general garden variety wind and hail here. So again, get ready for flash flooding concerns in Tulsa as another round moves through with lightning. A decent amount of lightning, just like how much lightning is going through or about to go through Fort Scott in Kansas. Something that's most interesting, I think, about those cold frontal storms in Kansas is the amount of lightning with them. Actually, just the amount of lightning in general. There are a ton of lightning strikes with all of these storms over here that we're looking at. Ridiculous amount. I could show you that on Radar Omega too. If we come over here to the Tulsa radar, I zoom in on this. This one, Radar Omega's even struggling to show how many of them there are, but basically one every single uh, Latin long. Every single grid point that they can show a lightning strike in. You know, you just have your grid points here separated by little squares. Yep, there's a lightning strike in this one, this one, this one. You know, like there's probably multiple lightning strikes in each grid point here. So yeah, there is a ton of lightning with all of these storms in particular. Springfield, I've been talking about y'all for a long time. It's almost done with now, thankfully. It's moved through the city. You're on the tail end of it. We were tracking that gust front well before it was even close to the city, seeing if there would be any gust nados with it, or if the tornado warnings would continue as it was far north of the city. Thanks for being weather aware. So much lightning with this, wow. Considerable for Pittsburgh County. I can't even find where that county is. There's so many Severe thunderstorm warnings here in Oklahoma. I actually can't even see where that one is in particular, or if it's one I'm just not even looking at. Wow. Pittsburgh County, Oklahoma. Guess I'll wait for it to show up. Oh, it's because it's the McAllister County. It's on the north and east side of this storm down here. No wonder I couldn't find it. The two warnings conundrum. Two different offices. Once again, they got me. Yeah, the new mouse is really helping a lot. New mouse is really helping a lot here. All right, let's take another look at the latest scans here for our very interesting storm near Chandler and Davenport in Oklahoma and to the south and west of Stroud. So not looking like anything super conducive coming together here. What I can see is definitely some sort of inflow channel is still establishing itself right into the notch here, and just ahead of it. So definitely air is flowing in here, but it may not really be necessarily rotating in a very efficient way. Hmm. I have a Corsair Scimitar, but I decided to get the same one because that's the one that the scroll wheel went out on me. But I got the same one because I already have all the buttons programmed for it and as easy as a plug and replace. Very nice and convenient. The other one lasted 3 years, which is really good for a mouse, honestly, in this day and age. Would recommend. Yeah, absolutely happy to help for anyone in Missouri. Definitely avoid driving. There's no flash flood warning over there in Springfield. Is this the last round that's coming through Tulsa? I think so. I think this generally will be hopefully the last round because otherwise we'll get a bunch of flooding concerns over there. But that cold front is off to your west still. It's got that snake-like shape to it. So all those storms developed off of it and moved out in front. Or rather, it's actually all the way down here like this. I can hardly draw it. It's got that weird S-like shape to it. Don't see that very often. So hopefully, because it's just off to the west here, that no more storms are developing right along it later down the line. But yeah, if they do, that's not a good thing for the Tulsa Metro. What's already not good is that all of these are just going to move through and absolutely probably warrant a flash flooding threat. I would be surprised if we don't get a flash flood warning in Tulsa proper. All the usual storm chasers were at home watching football because they didn't care about today's outlook. It's the forecast for Toronto and Ontario. Below average precipitation days 6 to 10. That's the most significant thing, I think, is that it will be dry about a week out. All right. Let's see latest outlooks from the Storm Prediction Center. Why can't I just click on this? Oh, graphic not currently available. Okay. They're saying there may be an extension of the severe thunderstorm watch that goes into the Fort Smith and Northwest Arkansas areas. Basically, the remainder of the slight risk in place right here through the early morning, as the storms are wind bags essentially, wind and heavy rain. I'm really most concerned about flash flooding risks with some of these supercells. Because these are big old chonky supercells, and it's just no good for the flash flood warnings here that are probably going to be issued in Tulsa. Lots of heavy rain and multiple rounds of it. Never a good case. So it looks like all of southeast Kansas is actually getting in on a storm coming through. So likely these storms are filling up the gap right along the cold front. Very efficient storm production there, right along the cold front, and we'll pass through Joplin area. So Joplin will get another round of storms. I think generally, I had to guess here. Generally, they might stay just barely out of the Springfield region in Missouri. So Springfield might get another. Well, it looks like you're going to get another round of storms from the west, but you might avoid this third round back here if it goes off just to the west along I-44. So perhaps Mount Vernon will get the most rainfall in this general vicinity. But yeah, I mean, overall, there's still water rescues being reported there, and in general, just not a good time. So again, this is the reason why on Radar Omega I can also show you this. The Weather Prediction Center has a moderate risk for excessive rainfall, and wouldn't you believe it, it incorporates areas in Springfield and West, and down through Tulsa, and where these flash flood warnings are, north of McAllister. You know, I'd say in particular that the Weather Prediction Center definitely nailed this forecast for excessive rainfall and flash flooding guidance. This is definitely nailed. So we have multiple rounds of storms up here and multiple through Tulsa and eastern Oklahoma. This is a very good forecast from the Weather Prediction Center in place for the entire day. Very good forecast. That is unfortunately being realized. Now, I think what I'm seeing here is that this supercell has failed to become tornadic. Not a big surprise to me overall. It had that unhealthy looking, scraggly structure to it for a while. Really, just that rear flank needed some time to fill in and show its true self of just being a wet mess over here. So I don't think that this is going to be tornadic as it approaches Paden and Prague or Prague here in Oklahoma along Highway 62, north and east of Shawnee. So generally, I don't see this being a tornadic storm. It looks like it's going to be relatively disorganized in structure. However, it's going to be one heck of a supercell to look at night. Structure abound, I bet, because you're not really going to have much in the way of clouds back here with that cold front rolling through. So this is probably a standoutish storm that a lot of people can see. Um, it's probably beautiful for any chasers out there, if I had to guess. So hopefully that remains the case and this doesn't become tornadic. Right now, I don't think it will, given its structure on radar, its appearance. And we've lost our tornado warning probably for a while now. I just didn't notice. I was focused on intense storm coverage. But we do not have our tornado warning anymore down here near Wardville. And the structure of the storm has definitely degraded in terms of being able to produce a tornado as well. Now we see mostly just a hail core and much of the lower level rotation being shunted back to the north and east. So I think this will also continue to be non-tornadic. And then finally, looking at this mess of storms here, west of Chakotah near Stidham, east of Henrietta, that's generally headed towards down south towards McAllister. This is going to continue off to the east. I'm sorry, to the southeast through southeast Oklahoma. So McAllister's been avoiding a lot of the worst of the storms today. You guys are probably going to experience this, and this will continue down into the Choctaw Nation and the Washita Mountains down here. through the night into the early morning. So I assume that is going to continue to be in severe criteria, and then we'll see a composition of these storms over Tulsa right now that back in here with these in southeast Kansas will eventually make their way through northwest Arkansas, western Arkansas, as basically some damaging windstorms. First and foremost, I expect to be the primary cause for concern with those, and the reason for the severe outlook from the Storm Prediction Center in those areas, as well as the severe thunderstorm watch that may be expanded into parts of Arkansas per the Storm Prediction Center. Looking at this graphic right here in particular, you can see the current watches expand in this area, and they could go ahead and expand them into northwestern and western Arkansas here in anticipation of those storms moving through. So, as a result, all those things together make me think that with one last look over here, seeing a mess in this complex, this is a damaging windstorm with flash flooding concerns. That I think that coverage today can safely end. The storms have moved through Springfield, and a second round is possible. Yeah, this is mostly just non-tornadic. This is just a bunch of damaging wind, which you don't want to be outside for, and you don't want to drive through flooded roads for. But I think coverage today can safely end, um, given we did not have a single confirmed tornado in our southern risk. We had a couple warnings in Missouri and a couple warnings with this supercell in east southeast Oklahoma. But overall, I'm not seeing a reason to continue tonight's coverage in terms of a near-term tornado threat in particular that would have a high impact on a local area. So I think in general we'll see a broad impact in flash flooding and damaging wind through the remainder of the night. But overall, I think that the live stream is no longer warranted um, for this time. So DFW tomorrow is looking at a hail threat right now, much lower tornado threat. Not anticipating a live whatsoever for that. I expect to have a nice recovery day tomorrow. But be ready for hail tomorrow if you are in DFW, as our cold front continues to sag to the south, and we watch our main low pressure system up in South Dakota spin away and die off as it's blocked from continuing to the east. So I think overall that was good. I think the coverage was good. Unfortunately, YouTube didn't favor it so much, but I don't really know why. But I do appreciate all of you guys who were here for it. It was significant to me and significant to the people that I was able to help. So I do appreciate that. Sounding good? Looks good. Be ready and have multiple ways to receive warnings as always, even if nothing does happen for the rest of the night. That's in particular for your area. It's always good way to have. It's always a good thing to have multiple ways to receive warnings. That's what I would do. Thank you guys all for the support as well. Anyone who joined as a member and sent along super chats. I got to as much of them as I could. Since today was a quieter stream, it was nice to hang out with you guys and enjoy some lightning shows from our chasers, who I only had Bryce for a little bit, but Tom for quite some time looking at the lightning. That was nice. All right, that will do it for me, guys. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to having you on this channel in future coverage events and also future forecast videos. Make sure to sub if you haven't and you enjoyed the coverage today from a meteorologist perspective. And thank you all the mods for assisting. Goodbye.